Good morning, everyone. We were just live, but obviously we had to take a little bit of a nappy poo, and we are back. And let's go through the injury updates that came out overnight. First thing is Gabe Davis, a long shot for week 9. The only reason Gabe Davis was interesting anyway is obviously the Brian Thomas Jr. injury, as well as the injury to Christian Kirk. But at this point, especially with this being the later game, I don't necessarily think that you can even consider playing Gabe Davis. So we're going to just be moving him to the absolute bottom of the rankings to get him out of here. And then also looking at Brian Thomas Jr., Travis Etienne, Tank Bigsby, they're all likely to play week 9 barring any setbacks. Now again, let me just confirm on this, but I believe the Jags play at 3 p.m. today, correct? This isn't a noon game. So if that is the case, yeah, they're playing at 3 against the Eagles. 2 East Coast teams, but still. You maybe should be a little hesitant to play any of these options. Like looking at Brian Thomas Jr., typically we would have him ranked as that like low end wide receiver 1, maybe right ahead of Devonta Smith. We'd have him a little bit lower, just given the fact that you do have some uncertainty with him going in the 3 p.m. game. I would really like to have a backup option just in case he doesn't go. I would like to throw him in the flex instead of your wide receiver 2 slot, just in case. Going over to the Jags running backs, honestly, I'm not super excited to start either player. I mean, if you think about what you have with both Bigsby and Etienne, these are both running backs currently banged up that have a really tough matchup against the Eagles, where this team is, I want to say, like a touchdown dog. And they should eat into each other as well. So for me, not super excited to play either of the Jags running backs. It is nice to see that Etienne is back, though, if you have Etienne. That way you can get some look at what he is supposed to be like. And then Tony Pollard expected to play week 9. Looking at Pollard right now, he is 23 in our ranks. You had no Spears. It's a game in which the Titans are actually favored going up against New England, so I don't know. You can at least be somewhat excited about it. But let me go ahead. Let me submit those rankings. And then let's pivot over and let's start answering these questions that we have over on the site. These questions were from last night. Again, I do want to apologize to everybody. I know we cut the live stream early. We are extremely tired after the Ultra, but we are back. We are better than ever. And we are hopefully going to be able to give some better answers to questions now. So again, I do want to reiterate, thank you so much for everybody coming out here this early with us. If you have not done so already, please go down there, drop a like on this live stream. Sunday morning streams are by far and away the most important live streams for us, and not even remotely close either. We live stream every single day, but Sundays are really the only days we're going to be begging for y'all to go down there and hit that like button. Now, let's go over to this question coming out from Yeet Your Feet. This is one of those free team reviews. So say, Mason, I've watched you for a while and finally decided to send in a team review. It's a Dynasty league that started up this year. I made 2 trades so far. I think I'm currently in a good position to win this season. What trades or players should I target before the week 12 deadline? Well, really appreciate you, my friend, and excited to dive into this. So this is a Dynasty format, but the starting lineup requirements are a little reminiscent to a redraft league, to be honest with you. I mean, this is a start 8, 1 quarterback, 12-team Dynasty league. So in comparison to other Dynasty leagues, here the depth won't matter nearly as much, and you are highly incentivized to just go for studs inside the starting lineup. This is a non-tight end premium league either. This is Kraft, Yak, and Cheese. We are currently sitting at the 4th spot in the league analyzer, which the league's pretty even. I know you said it just started this year. All the top 6 teams are about the same. Obviously, these teams at the bottom are kind of falling behind, which is what you'd expect in Dynasty, and that's not in value for this season. These are using the Dynasty rankings, so these should be looking for the whole. But we are 9-6-1 at the moment. Obviously, a league in which you have a game against the median. But right now, we are sitting with the elite quarterback with Josh Allen. Obviously, Allen's what we call a cornerstone asset in Dynasty. A player that you're able to build around in the short term, a player that you're able to build around in the long term as well. no hesitation whatsoever. You're in a really good spot when we have Josh Allen. It doesn't matter if you're a rebuilding team or a contending team. Beyond this, we have Bo Nix, Matthew Stafford. So yeah, a great QB room. We have the depth just in case anything happens. Bo Nix can continue to increase in value over time as well. I'd love to say, oh, we don't need Stafford. Let's trade Stafford. But it's a one quarterback format. So honestly, just nobody's going to be willing to give you anything at all for him. Going over to what we have at running back, we are currently sitting with Kyron, Brian Robinson. Obviously, both younger backs here as well, which you would assume, oh, okay, these are running backs that can really help us in 2025. These are running backs that can really help us in 2026. But the fact of the matter is, it is almost impossible to project out running back volume from a year-to-year perspective. We're already just very bad about doing it in the season that's upcoming. So before you see the free agent moves from a team, before you see what they do in the NFL draft, it's always impossible to look at somebody like Kyron Williams and go, oh, yeah, we know he's going to be an extremely solid running back in 2025. It definitely could happen. He definitely could be a top 5 running back again next year. He's on the rookie deal. He's not super old. But it's a hard position to try to project years out into the future with. You do kind of need to go ahead and take it year by year and build around running backs on a contending team. And if we decide to pivot to a rebuild, probably look to sell off our RBs. Now going over to the depth, we have ETN, we have Madison. So looking at these depth pieces, if we were a contending team, they're the perfect options for us. I mean, if you could find another contending team that's desperate for running back help, like if this team here were to get an injury to either Gibbs or James Cook, and then all of a sudden you could pivot off Alexander Madison, a player that we don't particularly need, maybe with the wide receiver to go get a long-term wide receiver upgrade, then I would really like that. But the issue in terms of us as a contending team going through and maybe selling the additional running back depth that we don't particularly need ourselves is it's always going to be difficult because you also need to go through and you need to find a contending team that needs a player like Alexander Madison. And typically, those contending teams, if they're contending, they don't need Alexander Madison, right? Going over to wide receiver, we are about to get Nico Collins back in. So this team that's already good, this team that already has a winning record is about to get a whole lot better. For the long term here, we have 2 wide receiver ones locked and loaded. We need to move Nico up our dynasty ranks now that he is coming back. I think we updated the dynasty rankings like 3 or 4 weeks ago. But we have Harrison as well, long-term wide receiver 1, another cornerstone asset, right? Somebody that we can build around for this season that can help a contending team, while at the same time can have a tremendous amount of value in the long term. JSN, contending asset and long-term piece. Keon Coleman, more so a long-term piece, but definitely is showing more this season. And then Cooper Kupp coming back in will give you that contending aspect to things too. Going over to tight end, Tucker Kraft and Evan Ingram both put you in a great spot. So this is a really strong team. This is a really strong roster that's already winning games, that's about to get a lot stronger with those stud wide receivers coming back into the picture. Really, the only thing that I could say with this roster is if you wanted to go all in and you really wanted to try to contend this season, we could maybe take the long-term value of Keon Coleman and go ahead and send it in a package deal with Brian Robinson to go get an RB upgrade. Where if we're going to go ahead and look at a team that's rebuilding that possibly would be willing to sell off some short-term production for long-term value. I mean, it's worth throwing out the offer. Of course, it probably gets rejected, but who knows? We go offer Brian Robinson like a second rounder and Keon Coleman to get to Bijan Robinson. I mean, I think that would be an absolute no-brainer if possible. This team's 4-11. They have James Conner here. The issue is they don't have a running back. That would be a clear 2-for-1 upgrade, so they probably don't make sense to make a deal with. If we had an injury to a running back on our team and all of a sudden our depth thinned out, then at that point, it probably makes sense to go send a second for James Conner. Maybe going back to that deal that we had with Brian Robinson, Keon Coleman, if you wanted to try to go and send that combo for a player like Jonathan Taylor, I think that could make sense from this team that's 5'11". Maybe they'd be willing to do that deal. Or maybe from this 5'11 roster, if you could send them, say, Brian Robinson and just get back CMC, we could look to do that as well. This team down here that is 6-10, they have Josh Jacobs, but probably not a running back that we are super excited about going after. So really, I think the only move that I could possibly see with your roster, with how strong it is to go attack one of the rebuilding rosters, send them Keon, the long-term exciting piece, but somebody that's not going to move the needle too much this season, in a package deal with Brian Robinson, who's still dealing with this lingering hamstring, and try to go get a running back upgrade in the short term, preferably somebody that still has a shot to be viable in 2025 and 2026 as well. But again, there are very few running backs that have that guarantee. Really, like maybe one of the only guys is Bijan Robinson. But I really appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out with this. Thank you again for taking advantage of that free Underdog team review. And yeah, I really hope that we are able to see you out in a live stream sometime soon. I'm sorry that we quit earlier in the live stream last night and had to get you this answer this morning. But again, I was completely delusional last night. But going out to 10 man, coming out with our next team review. Really appreciate you, my guy. Let me hook you up with both a free trade question as well as a free start sit question, just in case there's anything else that you want to follow up with this team. Says, any trades I can make, I feel good about my running back situation, but wide receiver feels shaky with Reed and Moore. I've tried packaging both for a step up, but nobody's biting. Any ideas on how to improve I can make for the playoffs? The top team in my league is ridiculously stacked. Yeah, to be honest, as we pulled this up, I was kind of hoping that we had the top team here, because you can just see immediately in the league analyzer that the team at 1 is significantly better than everybody else. After that, it's a pretty even league. The bottom 2 teams are garbage. We come in at the 4 spot, but the team at 1 has Lamb, Chase, Tyreek, Bijan, Dobbins. They also have Lamar and McBride. The team at 1 is a juggernaut. Now, of course, does that mean, oh, we have no shot, we need to pack it in? Of course not. If you look at what we have with the team that's a juggernaut, they could always, just lose any given week during the playoffs, and then we don't have to worry about them, especially if you were to, say, get the 2 seed, which definitely could be a possibility here, or even the 3 seed, when we are sitting at 6-2. And maybe that team at 1 on the other side of the playoff bracket has a bad week and ends up losing, then all of a sudden we never had to worry about him in the first place. Or at the same time, obviously we could see an injury to that team at 1. Or you could just beat them yourself in the championship game, but definitely trying to optimize our roster for the fantasy football playoffs if possible, because we are currently sitting at 6-2. Quarterback, we have Kyler. This is a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league, so quarterback's going to make up a very high percentage of your starting lineup output weekly. I don't mind having Kyler Murray. I mean, again, a quarterback that has the rushing upside where you're probably playing him every single week. Definitely don't have to roster another quarterback when you have Kyler. And really, maybe the only thing to point out here will be the fact that you have the week 11 bye, so you are going to have to pick up a QB for that week. There aren't a ton of quarterbacks out there on the waiver wire that are interesting. Maybe if you wanted to prep now by picking up Jared Goff, you could. There's obviously, if Goff's a tier ahead of the other waiver wire quarterbacks, there's a chance as well as if you see a quarterback injury to somebody like Kyler, to somebody like Lamar, to somebody like Jaden Daniels, then all of a sudden maybe Goff holds a tiny bit of trade value. Now going over to running back, we have Gibbs, Brian Robinson, Chase Brown, and Jalen Warren. So running back looks a lot better now that we have the Zach Moss injury, right? Because now that you have the Zach Moss injury, looks like at least in the short term, you can pencil in Chase Brown to be a low-end RB1, high-end RB2. Like, Chase Brown's going to absolutely dominate. For the love of God, make sure Chase Brown's in your starting lineup this week. And the only adjustment that I would really want to make here, and it's a small one, but Jaylen Warren is a pretty strong running back handcuff, right? Like, if Najee were to go down, I'm pretty confident that you could call Jaylen Warren a must-start player. But there are other options like that on the waiver wire. And I like rostering as many of these guys as possible, right? Like, I like trying to hit on the next Jordan Mason. Now, with that being said, if you are looking at what you have with Jaylen Warren, he's on bye this week, so the possibility of a Najee injury is not particularly there. So for me, I'm always like, oh, okay, well, if it's just a premium handcuff back anyway, would I rather roster somebody like Ray Davis that could dramatically see a situation change this week and be the first guy to get him off waivers? Definitely not something you have to do, something that you can think about, though. Going over to wide receiver, we have a locked and loaded wide receiver 1 with St. Brown. We have a locked and loaded wide receiver 2 with Jaden Reed. We have DJ Moore, Ladd McConkey as great depth pieces. Again, wide receiver depth's not going to matter too much because this is a 2 wide receiver 1 flex league. But yeah, wide receiver room's great. The waiver wire options are absolutely garbage in your league. It looks like your league mates really know what they're doing. And I don't really see any pivots that we would make at wide receiver outside of the obvious 2-for-1 consolidating move, if possible. But I mean, I would say it's maybe going to be a little bit tougher just because your league mates look like they know what they're doing based off all the teams being relatively close in the league analyzer. And at the same time, the options on the waiver wire being pretty thin. But I mean, if you could take DJ Moore and Ladd McConkey and move them in a 2-for-1 deal to go get a significant upgrade elsewhere, we would look to do that. Another thing that you could look at is trading away one of these options, such as DJ Moore or Ladd McConkey, and going and getting an injured wide receiver at the moment. Because you can make an argument, oh, okay, I'm not starting Ladd anyway right now. So if you could go and sell Ladd and go get a player like Mike Evans, go get a player like DK Metcalf, even if it means we have to throw another piece in, you go Ladd and Dobbs, go get Evans, or honestly, something that may even be better here is if you were to be able to go ahead and if you were able to sell Tucker Kraft and that depth wide receiver like Ladd McConkey and go get Mike Evans for the fantasy football playoffs. Obviously, I would love to say Nico Collins, but it seems like the ship to buy Nico Collins probably has left. But yeah, I mean, when you're sitting here with Kincaid, when you're sitting here with Kraft, obviously Kraft's been better so far this season. I think you would get more value if you were to try to sell Tucker Kraft. And at the same time, Tucker Kraft is sitting with kind of an unsustainable touchdown rate. So personally, for me, I think that would be the guy that I would look to sell high. So if you could move off of Kraft and you could pivot over to an option such as, I mean, by packaging with Ladd McConkey and go pivot over to that option such as Mike Evans, DK Metcalf, preferably Evans. But from a team that needs wins right now, they need points right now. Where we're 6-2, we have plenty of depth. We're not really starting Ladd McConkey anyway. For me, I think that is what I would be looking to do with this situation. But again, I appreciate you. I really hope that I was able to help you out in some way with this. And I did hook you up with both that free start sit question as well as that free trade question as well. So if there's anything else that you have that you want to send in my direction, I'd be super happy to take a look at it for you, my friend. But let's move this over. I see Teresa in the chat. Teresa, I am sorry that we did not get to your question last night. I'll be excited to get to it tonight. I mean, sorry, not tonight, this morning. And also, if you have not hit that like button, please do so. I know y'all are going to have to hear me say this 1,000 times. I'm proud of it. We ran 50 miles yesterday. We are still up bright and early to go through and answer as many questions as we possibly can. And we're one like away from 200 likes. If you're ever going to hit that like button, please do it on a Sunday morning stream, which are by far and away the most important for us. Now, Gregory coming out with this next one says, second running back in both flex spots we need some help with. Okay, well, I appreciate you, my friend. looking at this running back room, I personally just jam in Tyrone Tracy. I mean, clearing concussion protocol, much better matchup this week against the Commanders. And I'm going to play somebody else in this same game. I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to take Terry McLaurin. Be honest with you, for my own team, I hope that Waddle outscores McLaurin, but McLaurin's just giving you such a strong floor in comparison to what we've had with Waddle so far this season. So I think you kind of have to go through. I think you have to play McLaurin here. Now, LeVar Ball coming out with our next start sit question says, do I flex Kupp or Chase Brown? Projected to win by 30 with Garrett's 30 bomb. Dear God. I'd probably still go Cooper Kupp. Chase Brown does give you a really comfortable floor, though, post Zach Moss injury, in a great matchup as well. But I'm assuming that we get the expanded role for Cooper Kupp, where he didn't play a ton of snaps this past week. Obviously, still had the touchdown. And you do have Puka Nacua re-aggravating the knee injury, so with that in mind, you are in a potential spot in which Puka does slide a little bit with his role. Now, Mrs. Campbell coming out with the starts. It says, week 9, we need 3 between Waddle, Hopkins, Tillman, Rachaad White, Tyrone Tracy. Running back, we're going to go Tracy relatively easily. It is a very tough matchup for White here. And if you're actually looking at sportsbook projections, which I do want to reiterate, they are going to be more accurate than I am. They're going to be more accurate than you are. They actually have the Giants as a higher scoring offense than the Bucks this week. And then wide receiver, we are going to be going with Neighbors and Waddle over Hopkins. And then I think that's all we need, right? We needed to pick 3. Okay, no, never mind. Maybe you weren't including Neighbors here. So we go with Tracy for sure. We go Waddle for sure. Hopkins, Tillman, Rachaad White is where things get a little bit tougher. Obviously, like I said, if you are looking at projections right now, you actually do have a spread of 8 points where we should expect that the Chiefs kind of just stomp the Bucks here. I still probably go Rachaad White over DeAndre Hopkins, knowing as well that Bucky Irving is a little bit banged up too. I'm expecting Bucky to play, but still. So then we go White over Hopkins, but they are very close. They're ranked like back-to-back in my flex ranks this week. Now, our next question coming out from a San Francisco 49ers fan says, do I need an RB1 team stack? Seems like a no-brainer, though. Yeah, this is a no-brainer deal. Like, looking at Chubb just simply doesn't have the swing that you would hope. Obviously, no receiving usage. It's not a great offense. It's an offense that has more upside now that Jameis is in, but still, it's like we're super excited to jam in all our Browns. London's a wide receiver 1. Mixon's a top 5 RB. So yeah, for me, I'm going to go ahead. I will take the Joe Mixon and Drake London side, to be honest. I honestly don't even care what the roster looks like just because I think it's too good a value to pass up on. And also because it's a running back wide receiver for running back wide receiver deal. Like your roster is kind of irrelevant in it. Not completely. It feels close, but it's not close. Now, our next question coming out from Robert. Really appreciate you, my guy. Says, Reed and Amari busted week 8. Picked up Pittman off the waiver wire. I think he's more reliable with Flacco. I 100% agree with you. I do think that Pittman will be more reliable with Joe Flacco. But, I mean, if you look, even in the games in which Flacco's played, Josh Downs has had considerable more volume than Michael Pittman. If we look at Amari and Reed, they are in better offenses. Reed definitely doesn't have a ton of volume, but Reed just has more big play upside than what you're going to get with Pittman. So for me, I'm going to go ahead. I will play Jaden Reed this week. It's also a game environment against the Lions in which you would assume that we probably get a considerable amount of pass attempts here for Jordan Love, knowing against the Lions, it is a very difficult spot to go through and run the ball, to be honest. Now, next question coming out from Erie BK says Waddle and Tracy in the flex or Rico with no Zeke. We're going to go Tracy for sure. Waddle, Rico is where things get a little bit tougher. Again, Rico should be in a really strong offense. So I think that he is a sneaky play this week. I'm sorry, not a really strong offense, but a really strong game environment where this does project to be the highest scoring game in the NFL. I'd still probably go Waddle. Waddle, the Dolphins are in a much worse spot. Where obviously it's a tough matchup against the Bills. We saw what happened against the Bills last time. But still, I mean, even if you are looking at Dowdle, it's not like this has been a running back that has given you the guaranteed production. I think he's an interesting borderline flex play. Now, our next deal is coming out from Bills Mafia. Always happy to see you. This is Kyler and Smith for Kenneth Walker. We have Jalen Hurts at quarterback. So, yeah, this is an absolute no-brainer. I don't think twice about this. You go get Kenneth Walker. Kenneth Walker is still a mid-RB1 rest of season with very little hesitation. Bills Mafia coming out with another question. Says, I want the best value here. Managers interested. James Conner, McBride for Puka and Hawkinson. I'm a tiny bit wary of. Obviously, we know McBride is an elite level tight end this season. We've had the volume. What's actually crazy is Trey McBride is tight end 3 if you're looking at points per game. But at the same time, this is a player that scored 0 touchdowns so far this season, which is very unsustainable for the amount of volume that he is seeing. Like, he's going to start scoring touchdowns. So if we start getting TDs from McBride, the man could be up there with George Kittle. James Conner does have the best playoff schedule of any running back in the NFL this season. Puka is the best, probably the best player in the deal. Can y'all please spam the chat? What side would you rather have here? Would you rather have Puka Nacua and TJ Hawkinson? Or would you rather have James Conner and Trey McBride? Would you rather have Puka and Hawkinson or Conner and McBride? Please let me know. We got Puka. Even trade, Conner, Puka. McBride, Puka, Conner, Puka. It's close. I think now that Puka's playing this week, I'd go Puka. Like, obviously, it was a little bit scary when he re-injured the knee. But honestly, I think the right answer, at least in my mind, is it's a fair deal, and it's up to you. Now, iDuckham coming out with our next question says, PPR down 40 thanks to Mixon Wilson. Love the content. Really appreciate you, my guy. Here, to be honest with you, being down 40 against Wilson, Mixon, those are probably his best players, so I think that's not like a big surprise. It's not like it's like, oh, now we're in a big hole to climb out of. But anyway, looking at the running back room here. For me, now that Brian Robinson is good to go, he should just be the best player in this offense. I'll be fine just going ahead, jamming him in. We probably put Tracy in the flex, to be honest. I'm going to go with Harrison over Waddle there at wide receiver. And then down in the flex, you know what? I can't go Tracy with how good the offense is in KC. I'm going to go Hunt down in the flex spot. I mean, Hunt, every single week since he's been the starting running back here in KC, you've had 20 carries. Going up against Tampa, this team is favored by, I want to say, like 8 points. So it should be a very favorable situation in terms of them being able to run the ball in the second half. So we're going to go ahead. We will take Kareem Hunt here. Now, our next question coming out from Fantasy Football 9 says, lost Godwin and Higgins is tough to trust as wide receiver too. Burrow to Stroud, clear downgrade, but when you get Nico back in, it's not going to look as bad. Higgins to Nico, crazy upgrade. Kelsey to Ferg, downgrade. But honestly, I think that's... Nico is by far and away the best player in this, so we will go and just pay up for Nico Collins. It's not like the easiest situation by any means, but if you think about it as well, you're in a situation in which we can say that you're going to get the same amount of games played from Nico Collins as you will with T. Higgins going forward. Maybe you'll get an extra game from Nico Collins. Because Higgins is going to miss this week. Not only will Higgins miss this week, but you have the week 12 bye. Collins going to miss this week, but you have the week 14 bye. At least with Collins as well, you're able to throw him on the IR, so you don't have to waste a roster spot too. So I hate downgrading here at quarterback and tight ends. But for me, with how far ahead Nico is at wide receiver, I think you kind of afford to do it. Okay. Now let's go ahead and let's go to our next question. This one coming out from Lord's Child says, worried about the Brian Robinson Jr. injury. Should we put Tracy in the flex instead? First, K-Dot and Evan Ingram, both great plays. Both, you have a considerable amount of injuries to their wide receivers in their respective offenses. I think both are mid-tight end ones. I will go with Evan Ingram, who I think's maybe the better player. Now, again, he gets the expanded target share because he also has the injuries in his own offense. And then going over to what we have with this flex spot. Brian Robinson, Tyrone Tracy really is the only two names that we are looking at. Can y'all spam the chat? Who would you go with between Brian Robinson and Tyrone Tracy? I had ranked Robinson ahead of Tracy, but obviously Tracy now fully healthy. Robinson, you're having to deal with the hamstring still. Who would you rather have? We got Robinson, Tracy, Robinson, Tracy, 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 Tracy. Don't flex a tight end, even if K-Don does look very exciting. Robinson, Robinson, Tracy, Robinson, Robinson. For me, to be honest with you, it sounds like the majority of the chat is taking Tracy. For me, I'd probably go with Brian Robinson. But I'm the first person to admit that I could be horribly wrong here. I just think that you have a much better offense if you're looking at what you're going to get with the Commanders. Now, Dan Arkeed coming out with our next question. Happy to see, of course. We are going to go with Kyler over Dak, assuming it's a 4-point passing touchdown league where the rushing upside is going to be more so what we want to be focusing in on. Going over to running back, I think we are just going to be jamming in David Montgomery as an auto lock every single week. And then down in the flex, I guess we go Puka Nacua. Obviously with Puka, I'm not going to be calling him like a mid wide receiver one. Locked and loaded. I do think you have a little bit of hesitation here, considering the fact that he re-injures the knee. But still at the same time, this is a player that scored 18 points on like 57% of the snaps last week. I think kind of have to play him. Now, Jack Imbarak, appreciate you, says, you think if Pollard plays, he'll be limited? I'm not particularly expecting that, especially if you consider the fact that you have no Spears as well. So are they really wanting to get Julius Chestnut on the field for a bunch of snaps? I would assume not, but of course, what do I know? Quarterback, we go Cousins. Cousins is a great play this week. I actually am playing Cousins myself. Like, I went through and I actually decided to, one, I had picked up Caleb off the waiver wire to play over Purdy, obviously Purdy on bye. And then somebody in my league had dropped Cousins. So then at that point, I dropped Caleb to pick Cousins up, even though we spent the fab on Caleb. So, I mean, again, you do have what projects to be the highest scoring game in the NFL this week. And the Falcons project to be the third highest scoring offense in the league. So it should be a good game environment. Wide receiver, we will go with Jaden Reed here. Good matchup. Tight end, you go Kate Otten for sure. Flex spot, we have Gibbs and Kamara to play, which it freaking sucks to see that we have to be putting... Ooh, actually, no, never mind. We just freaking take out Tony Pollard, put in Chase Brown. Chase Brown's a very easy play here. I'm not super concerned about Pollard by any means. But Brown's in a better matchup, much better offense, and has the guaranteed touches with no Moss as well. Now, let's move this over. And real quick, we just hit 400 likes, so thank you so much for everybody going down there and hitting that like button. And I do want to remind everybody as well that Sunday morning streams are by far and away the most important for us. So if you were ever going to drop a like on the stream, I would kindly ask that you do it now. Usually we're not begging for likes, but again, Sunday morning streams are by far and away the most important. So if you're ever going to hit that like button, would really prefer you to do it today. Now, our next question coming out from, I believe, Official Rob. Here at wide receiver, we are going to go ahead and we are going to be taking Jaden Reed. I do want to reiterate, I mean, we had Reed as a sell-high candidate earlier this season coming off of one of those monsters 30-point performances. Like, it's not like I'm the massive Jaden Reed guy. But at the same time, Reed's still the player that he was before. He's the guy in the great offense that is not seeing a ton of volume, but he has big play potential. So he's going to be very much boom bust, but he is going to give you that top end ceiling. And then going down to the flex, I think despite the tough matchup, you probably play Jacobs. I like the fact that Jacobs has Jordan Love back in. I think it elevates the overall floor and ceiling of the offense. Obviously, don't love the matchup against Detroit, but Jacobs, you do get the guaranteed 3-down workload. Now, our next question coming out from Travis. Says, not sure for the RB2/flex spots. What are your thoughts? Thanks. Thank you. Running back 2, I think we probably go with Kareem Hunt, given the offensive environment he should be in. Chiefs are like 8-point favorites. They should be able to run the ball in the second half, and we have seen Kareem Hunt go through and average over 20 carries. I mean, have 20 carries a game in every single game that he has effectively played in the Chiefs, for the Chiefs, since you had the benching of Mr. Steele, which, dear God, it seems like a long time ago where we had to think about Carson Steele. And then down here in the flex, I'd be surprised if we go with the receiver with how many solid running backs we have. I think we probably end up going Tracy, knowing that he is fully cleared concussion protocol. You could definitely go with Brian Robinson. Honestly, I don't even know what I'm saying. Brian Robinson, Tracy, it's just up to you. Brian Robinson, much better offense, but you're dealing with a hamstring. And they did activate another running back. So maybe Brian Robinson sees a limited workload like he has previously. But obviously, it's like you can say, oh, concussions are more concerning for like the real life human health. But if we're just talking fantasy football, it's like, oh, okay, well, if you clear concussion protocol, we're not worried about anything. You're good to go. Whereas if you have a hamstring injury, it's like, oh, I don't know. Do they put a limit on the snaps played? Do they only use them in these certain situations? Which is what we've seen as of late with Brian Robinson. Now let's move this over to our next question coming out from J-Dog. Says, start sit. We're at wide receiver. We are going to go ahead. We will be jamming in Josh Downs with Flacco under center in a good matchup against Minnesota, where Minnesota has allowed a ton of points to opposing wide receivers so far this season. Going over to tight end, I go Kincaid over Hawkinson this week. I could very easily see this changing going into the future, but I mean, again, I do want to reiterate, we talk about this a lot with rookies, and pretty much every time we say this, they break out immediately. I'm joking. We said this a lot with Jalen McMillan. We said this a lot with Ricky Pearsall last week. I think the same applies to Hawkinson coming back from the injury. You're not getting extra points for being the guy who started them their first week back or the first week that they break out. Like with these options, you are always able to go through and you're always able to just wait, see them on the fields, see them produce, and then at that point, look to get them in. So I think with Hawkinson, that's how I'm going to be treating him right now, where I would prefer to probably just wait a bit if possible. And then going down to the flex, we have Brian Robinson as well as Tony Pollard, probably as the guys that we want to jam in. JSN, definitely interesting when you have no DK Metcalf here, of course. Rico Dowdle, definitely interesting when you're in a much better offense than somebody like Pollard. But the thing with Pollard is you have no Spears either, so the receiving usage will be very safe here as well. So let's move this over to our next question coming out from Yonder. Here, wide receiver, we are going to be getting in Brian Thomas Jr. presumably should be good to go from what we are reading. Flex, we go Kincaid over Hawkinson. I'm sorry, tight end, we go Kincaid over Hawkinson. And then flex, we're going to go with Kareem Hunt, the running back with the guaranteed workload in a very good offense. In a game environment where we should be excited about their ability to run the ball in the second half. So yeah, to be honest, I don't think there's too much to talk about with that flex call. Really, the only thing is, like, if you're worried that Brian Thomas Jr. potentially misses with the 3 p.m. game, you could pivot over to one of these other receivers like Waddle or Mooney. Now, ISO Flip coming out says, trade Deontay Johnson for Tracy and a happy PR for. Oh, 100%, yeah. Tracy's a starting running back going into the future. Deontay Johnson is arguably the wide receiver 2 in a low-volume passing attack, where the wide receiver 1 was already boom bust. So, yeah, for me, I think it's kind of an easy spot to trade Deontay for Tracy. I'm surprised you'd be able to do it. Now, Van Gilder is coming out and says, Brian Thomas Jr. wide receiver 2 if he plays, and if not, who? Flex as well. Brian Thomas Jr. definitely wide receiver 2 if he plays. If not, you go with either JSN or Darnell Mooney. I'd probably go with JSN now that you have no DK Metcalf. It's not super easy, though. And then going down to the flex, it's either Dobbins or Chase Brown. I'd probably go Dobbins, but both are by far, in a way, the best options. Let me check. Yeah, so we have James Cook, Jonathan Taylor at running back. Like, I really hope that we can potentially, obviously we can't do it now. It's going to be a little too late. But you could potentially try to consolidate and send J.K. Dobbins and Chase Brown to go and get like a mid RB1 like Bijan at some point, because it is crazy to have like Chase Brown on your bench with the Moss injury, where the man presumably should be a locked and loaded low-end RB1. Super exciting spot with Brown. Moving this over to our next question. This one coming out from Samra Trana. Here we need a flex. We are looking at Tracy, Hunt, Downs, Olave as the top plays. For me, I'm going to go ahead. I will take Chris Olave. You look at the target volume that Olave had last week with no Shaheed. The man drew 14 targets. He went over 100 receiving yards. The reason I didn't want to particularly play him, of course, was given the fact that you were going to have some of the worst quarterback play in the league. Now that you have Derek Carr coming in, while at the same time, this is a phenomenal matchup. I mean, it actually is a defense that allowed Cortland Sutton to be viable last week. I'm viewing Chris Olave as a wide receiver 1. Somebody that if you have, at least for me personally, I think you just kind of have to get in your lineup. So I would go ahead and I would take Olave. Now, Evans coming out says, hey, Mason, I have a lot of mid-wide receivers and don't know who to start. Wide receiver, we do have a lot of mid options. For me, I would roll the dice with Hopkins. Obviously, he did nothing last week. But I think base expectations should be that he comes in and expands his role significantly this week. You do have a really good matchup going up against the Bucs as well, where the Bucs have allowed 9 passing touchdowns in the last 2 weeks that they've played. So I think we go Hopkins with the expectations of an expanded role. Obviously, nothing is a guarantee here, though. Going over to what we have in the flex. We have no running backs to really choose from. So it really comes down to Ridley or Michael Pittman. For me, I probably go Calvin Ridley. You actually have a much better projection here for the Titans offense this week in comparison to what we have seen previously. While at the same time, obviously, Ridley is just absolutely dominating the targets with no DeAndre Hopkins in his own offense. Again, to be honest with you, it's not like this is a super easy call by any means. It's not like I'm really confident with this. If you wanted to go elsewhere in any direction, what you would look to do is you would look to play presumably Michael Pittman Jr. Is obviously with Pittman a lot better of an offense, particularly passing offense as well. When you're looking at what we get from specifically Flacco under center, and it's a good matchup against Minnesota where they've allowed a ton of points to opposing wide receivers so far this year. Now, next question coming out from E. Shinak says 7-1, Kyron Hunt starting, Corum Bigsby on the bench. So going from Dowdle to Pacheco, upgrade if we're thinking fantasy football playoffs. Obviously, by no means is it a guarantee. Like, there is a chance that they don't rush him back and you don't see Pacheco coming back until the real life playoffs. Jameson to Keenan, who freaking cares? If you are a playoff team, you can roll the dice here with Pacheco. But I do want to reiterate that it's not a guarantee that Isaiah Pacheco is going to be back in 3 weeks. Like, you are inherently taking on a considerable amount of risk. But when we have Hunt, you're kind of hedging this. And then if Pacheco doesn't come back, then that means we should have a viable Kareem Hunt regardless. Now, Teresa, really appreciate you. I'm sorry that this took us so long to get to. Says, hey, Mason, need help. So many injuries lately. fill out quarterback, receivers, and flex, please. You're the best ever. Really do appreciate you. I think you should have some free start sit question and free trade question vouchers, but let me hook you up with more just in case you don't. But yeah, again, I really do appreciate you. You know that. We're going to go with Love over Stafford there at quarterback. Wide receiver, I can't really see the options that we really have. I would go with Madison over Rachaad White, to be honest. Teresa, can you just let me know in the live chats at wide receiver, who were you thinking? Because right now, Adam Thielen's the only guy that we have loaded up in this. So if you could just ask me in the live chat, I'd be happy to answer you with whatever you have. But let me go ahead and refresh this. And let's move this over. And also, of course, if y'all ever wanted to get a question in over there on the sites, just in case you don't know how to, you can, one, hit the link in the live chat that says ask a question here, or two, you can head over to flockfantasy.com and just hit the button in the top right corner that says expert advice. And there, if you hit expert advice, it'll take you to this page. You can ask a super message, start sit question, trade question, or get a full-blown team review. Again, I do want to reiterate, if you wanted that team review, however, what I would recommend doing is I would recommend taking advantage of the offer that we have over on Underdog Fantasy, where if you go over to Underdog Fantasy and use promo code FLOCK, you would get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. This is Underdog. You're going to be getting a free team review in the live stream that we are doing every single night. And at the same time, you'll be getting a free Jalen Hurts pick more than less than half a total yard for tonight's game. So definitely, if you wanted a team review, I'd recommend going through this way, especially, I mean, one, it's a lot of fun, and you get the free Jalen Hurts pick as well. Teresa says, I have Debo, Higgins, Shakir, Moore, and Mooney. I would go Debo, Moore, then Mooney. And lastly, Shakir with that list. And then honestly, I think you could consider going with the wide receiver over the running back in the flex if you wanted. But yeah. And the link to Underdog is down there in the live chat. I do want to reiterate, though, if you were going to want that free team review on flockfantasy.com, after you sign up to Underdog Fantasy with code FLOCK, make sure you set up an account on flockfantasy.com with the same email address. That way I know who to accredit that free team review to. But looking at this from Carlos, this is going to be a start-sit question, where here we are going to go ahead and we are going to be looking at Swift, Montgomery, Jacobs. Jacobs slightly banged up. Obviously, Lions have a great rush defense. We'll go Montgomery. Not a super easy call by any means, though. Going down to the flex, we have those running backs we previously talked about, plus some high upside wide receiver plays such as Terry McLaurin, Marvin Harrison. Here, this is where things maybe get a little bit tougher. For me, I think I would probably go ahead and take the combo of Terry and Jacobs. I really hope Swift crushes these guys for my own team this week. But realistically speaking, I think that you're just getting the really high floor with both Jacobs and Terry. Whereas when you're looking at DeAndre Swift, the receiving usage has been there for the majority of the season. But for whatever reason, it wasn't this past week. Hopefully it's back. I'm assuming it'll probably be back. Now, Steel Breezen coming out with our next question. Here, going down to wide receiver, we are looking at Olave, Ridley, Smith, Reed, Nico, Downs, Ladd, Higgins. We are going to go ahead. We will be jamming in Olave in a great matchup with the expanded target share with no Shaheed. We're going to be probably playing Devonta Smith as well, where since you have no Dallas Goedert, you are just getting the additional targets flooded over to Smith. Outside of the game against the Giants, you've had at least 15 to 20 points pretty much every single week here from Smith. Going over to the flex spots, obviously Jonathan Taylor must start name. And then outside of that, I think that you are most likely going to go ahead and just take Jayden Reed. I know a lot of people would want to play Josh Downs, and I'm not going to fault you at all for trying to get in Downs here. But my thought process is, while Downs is in a better offense with Flacco, he has better quarterback play with Flacco than Richardson. Jordan Love's still significantly better than both of them. Now, our next question from Ricky Stanicky, something like that. It says 3 and 5, have PPR, need a flex for, dear God, we need to change the color with this. I just can't read this. Need a flex for weeks 9 and 10. Waivers, we have Elijah Tolbert, Quentin Johnston, Palmer, Parker Washington, Jalen Colker, Gabe Davis, Roshan, and Jaleel McLaughlin. So waiver wire, we don't have anybody effectively. Going down to the flex spot, Julius Chestnut, not interesting now that Pollard is good to go. We have no CMC, no Debo, no Evans this week. So our best flex here would be Charbonnet. But if you wanted to go ahead, I wouldn't fault you for playing Tolbert in a really good game environment instead of Zach Charbonnet. I think for me, that would personally be my pivot. Now, Joe coming out with our next question. So start sit here. We're wide receiver. We are going to go ahead and we are probably just going to take Zay Flowers. Not super excited about this by any means, in that if you are looking at Flowers, obviously it's a very tough matchup going up against Denver. Flowers is already an inconsistent player to begin with. It's a game in which the Ravens are favored by like 8-9 points, so they shouldn't really have to throw the ball. We know we've seen this team in the past. If they are sitting there with a large lead, they will just kind of shut it down and run over and over and over again. But I think you can run with it. Deontay Johnson probably doesn't have a massive role this week. Now, I'm so terrible at fantasy coming out, says unsure at wide receiver in a flex. All ops feel like feast famine. Okay, so all options. I'll say the Terry McLaurin floor has actually been pretty consistent since the first 2 weeks. So I think you need to go through, and honestly, I think you kind of need to jam in Terry here. Going over to the other wide receiver slot, I would be going with Jayden Reed now that Jordan Love's going to go in a great matchup. We're going to go Evan Ingram at tight ends. And then there for the flex, I think I'd probably just go ahead and play Tony Pollard. Whereas if you are looking at what you get with Pollard, this is a running back where you have no Spears. So you should have the receiving usage as well. And my other pivot option would be DJ Moore if you're worried about the Pollard injury. Now, Sir Playmaking says, opponent starting Cousins, Kamara, London, Connors, St. Brown, and either Lockett or Brian Thomas Jr. We need a tight end and 2 flex spots. Well, Bowers is not a start, right? I know Hawkinson's excited to come back in, but Bowers has been a top 3 tight end all season now. To go through and start anybody other than Bowers would just be ludicrous. Going down to what we have in the flexes, I think you honestly play both Packers. I think you go with Jordan Love. You go with Josh Jacobs and Jayden Reed now that Love's back in. Should be a solid offense. Maybe there's some downside based off matchup, some downside based off the Love injury. But still, I would have a very hard time going in any direction other than just jamming in your Packers and a game that should be also probably the most exciting game of the week to watch. Now, Smokey710 says, I also have Cedric Tillman. Thanks for the help, Mason. Thank you, my guy. Here, running back, we are going to go ahead. We will take Jonathan Taylor as an auto start every week, regardless of what the matchup is. Going over to wide receiver, we are just going to be getting in Amon-Ra St. Brown. Tight end, we play Sam Laporta. I think Tucker Kraft, you could potentially see some regression when it comes to the touchdown rate. I mean, at the moment, Tucker Kraft is averaging 1 touchdown every 5 targets, which is just very unsustainable. And then going down to the flex, for me, it's really between 3 names: Brian Robinson, Josh Downs, and Brian Thomas Jr. If we knew Brian Thomas Jr. was 100% healthy, Brian Thomas Jr. would be the easy option to go with. Can y'all please spam the chat? Who would you start? Would you go with Brian Thomas Jr., Josh Downs, or Brian Robinson? Let me hear what y'all got to say. Downs, Thomas, Downs, Thomas, Downs. Nobody is Brian Robinson Jr. A lot of people are on the Downs train. Let me pull up. What time is the Colts game? They are the Sunday game tonight. Okay. So we should get confirmation that Brian Thomas Jr. is good to go by the time you need to make that decision. So I go ahead, I take Brian Thomas Jr. And then obviously, if he's not good to go, then at that point you can pivot over to Josh Downs. But everybody else in the chat wants Downs. And obviously, I don't blame them. I mean, with Downs, you're in a really comfortable spot when you look at the transition over to Flacco. And the fact that you just have so many points to opposing wide receivers playing the Vikings. Now, Bobby Webster coming out says, facing the number 1 team, need a solid flex performance. Going down to the flex, we are looking at Downs, Reed, Mooney. For me, I'm just going to go ahead. I probably will be jamming in Jaden Reed myself, especially if you are playing the number 1 team here, where if you're playing the number 1 team, I think maybe we should optimize for the upside rather than the floor, where I could very easily see an argument to be made that Downs has a higher floor. Now, Jake A coming out with our next question. So starts it here at quarterback. We are going to go ahead and fire up Caleb over Bo Nix. I know some people may hate this with how damn good Bo Nix has been as of late. But with that being said as well, realistically speaking, if you look at sportsbook projections this week, they currently do have the Denver Broncos as a bottom 3 offense in the NFL this week. Last week, sportsbooks had the Broncos as the top 5 offense against obviously a much easier defense. So it was a spot in which you wanted to play all your Broncos last week. This week, it will be much tougher to say that same thing. So instead, I'm willing to call it that I think Bo Nix is kind of like a trap play this week. I know he's been great. Running back, Chase Brown, Dave Montgomery, locked and loaded options. Wide receiver, Olave, locked and loaded. Tight ends, Tucker Kraft. And then for the flex, Josh Jacobs. Yeah, great team. I think you can afford to go trade for a better quarterback, to be honest. Now, Adam coming out with our next question. 3-5, need to win. 18% playoff odds. Help us out. Okay. It's do or die time, my friend. Darnold's Cousins, relatively close. The Falcons are supposed to be a better offense this week, but obviously you can make an argument that you could see a lot of those points coming on the grounds for Atlanta. I still probably go Cousins over Darnold, but I do think it's relatively close. Going over to what we have at running back, we are going to just jam in David Montgomery, no brainer. Wide receiver, we go Lamb as well as Terry. Tight end, we are going to go with Pitts over Kraft, expecting some regression for Kraft. And then down in the flex spot, I think you're going to go ahead and play Josh Downs. Sounds like both the Jags running backs will be good to go. But with that being said, ultimately, you're in a situation in which they eat into each other. And it's a bad matchup in a bad offense. Now, Pure coming out with our next start set says, running back Tracy or Jacobs, lean Tracy, and then flex Downs or JSN. For me, I go Josh Jacobs. I'm not going to fault you at all. Actually, no, I'm being stupid. We go Dobbins. It's either Dobbins or Jacobs. I know Tracy obviously dominated, and I do want to say that for most teams, Tracy should be a must-start option. But I do very much think that it is just recency bias. If we take the 2-week sample that we have from Tracy and kind of erase what we've had from Jacobs all season, where I don't think Jacobs had a single game with less than 10 fantasy points. And you're in a better offense as well. And then going over to what we have down in the flex. Yeah, I definitely think we're probably playing one of the running backs ahead of a receiver. And I go Jacobs. Like, again, for most teams, Tracy would be a must-start name. For your team in particular, it looks like we're just a little bit too strong to say that. But yeah, I don't want to tell you to bench Tracy. You just have great other running backs you can play. Now, DRS coming out with our next question. Jared Goff, plug and play at quarterback. I know Bo Nix has been better than Goff as of late, but still at the same time, horrible projections we have in this offense. Can I get one that's in the fridge? Gracias. Okay, going over looking at tight end for this team, we will go Kraft over Hawkinson. I do want to reiterate, super excited about Hawkinson rest of season, but again, you're not getting any extra points for being the guy to start him his first week back. You can always afford to wait and see the production and then get Hawkinson in your lineup. Tony Mayo coming out with our next one. This is a running back between Dobbins, Kareem Hunt. Both are extremely exciting. Dobbins has actually seen more receiving usage as of late, though. I mean, 2 weeks ago, you had the 7 targets for Dobbins. And going down to the flex, I'm going to go with Kraft over Andrews. I mean, I really don't have much interest in Andrews at all. If you think that the Kraft touchdown rate's unsustainable, I mean, Andrews is even worse. I mean, by worse, I mean better, but it's going to come back down to earth. And realistically speaking, now that Deontay Johnson comes in, it's going to be even harder for Andrews to increase his target share. Now, Noah coming out with one of those free team reviews. Really appreciate you. I'm going to be excited to check this out. Says, hey, Mason, full PBR redraft. Because of the DK injury, should I try to trade some running backs to maybe get another receiver? Okay, so this team name is Amon a Mission. We are currently second in the league analyzer. So second in the league analyzer, DK is only going to be missing one more week. So honestly, I would say that no, especially considering the fact that you are 6-2. So on a 6-2 roster, what we should be looking to do, instead of going through and trying to get production right this second, we do want to be optimizing for the fantasy football playoffs in general. So I wouldn't say like, oh, DK Metcalf's going to miss this week and then he has the bye week next week. Let's panic. Maybe if you're 2-6, yeah, you panic, but 6-2, no. Quarterback, we are sitting with Daniel, so elite quarterback we can start every single week. Love to see it. Running back, we have an elite RB1 with Barkley. Aaron Jones obviously looks like a locked and loaded start at an RB2. Same thing with Brian Robinson, Chase Brown breaking out, Tracy breaking out. So we definitely have a ridiculous amount of running back production. You can have Rachaad White on your waiver wire. To be honest, I don't see how you could possibly get Rachaad White into your lineup. But with that being said, I would still drop either Leggett or Tillman to pick Rachaad White up for free. And then obviously we are looking to sell a running back. The question is just what's the price tag and who do we sell? And when you have the absolute dominant options here, what I would look to do in particular is I would love to go through and I would love to sell somebody that maybe is going to have a little bit of a cap ceiling, but they give the floor for somebody else that needs running back help. Like for me, again, Tyrone Tracy obviously looks great, but here, could you ever start Tracy over like Aaron Jones? Could you ever start him over Barkley? The issue with Tracy in this instance, with how strong your team is the offense isn't really good enough to consider him. So if you could take Tracy and go send him to a team that needs an additional running back and go try to get that upgrade elsewhere, I think it would make a ton of sense. Like this team's 2-6, right? So this team needs points right now. Their running back 2 is Austin Eckler. If you could go ahead and send them Tyrone Tracy and a wide receiver that's producing right this second, such as maybe Michael Pittman, and go get Nico Collins, it'd be an absolute no-brainer. Of course, much easier said than done. And at the same time, this team looks like maybe they're just done with the league. They still have Anthony Richardson at quarterback. This team is Bucky Irving, Tank Bigsby as their RB2, RB3. If they needed a running back like Tracy, maybe you could send them Tracy and Pittman to go pivot over to Drake London. Another thing we could look to do is try to go just get an elite tight end. Like this team right now, their RB2 is Devin Singletary with the CMC injury. Could we possibly send Tracy, Pittman, and David Njoku to go get George Kittle? Where again, I do want to reiterate, we have all the running back production in the world. We can go ahead and pick up Rachaad White for free off the waiver wire. So I think that's the play, not to sell a running back for a receiver straight up to cover a DK Metcalf injury, but instead to try to sell one of the depth running backs in a 2-for-1 deal to go get an upgrade inside the starting lineup, either wide receiver or tight end. And also go through and drop your call between Leggett or Tillman and pick up Rachaad White. I understand our running back room is the strongest running back room in the league. It's probably not even close. So I would never recommend to go out there and trade for somebody like Rachaad White, but if it's just free off the waiver wire, let's get him. But again, really do appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out with in some way with this team. Obviously, the reality of the situation is you just have a phenomenal roster, and there probably aren't too many plays you can actually make. Now, let's move this over to our next question. This next one is coming out from AG. It's a start sit. It says, any advice on the team as well? So let's go through and let's see. We're going to go Kraft over Hawkinson. I think if you wanted to sell high on Kraft, you could look to do that, considering you have Hawkinson. And again, we've talked about this touchdown rate maybe being unsustainable for Kraft going into the future. Going down to the flex spots, for me, I'm going to be playing the combo of Waddle, no Higgins this week, so you probably end up going with Madison as well. So, I mean, if you wanted to make any moves, maybe you could potentially go ahead and pivot off of Kraft and Madison to go get a better flex play. But obviously, it's going to be very difficult to make trades before the game start today. Now, real quick, ladies and gentlemen, it looks like about 7% of y'all have hit that like button. If you have not done so already, please go down there, drop a like on this live stream. We live stream every single day during the season. I haven't missed a day in 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023, 2024. Have not missed a single day in 5 years. But Sunday morning streams are by far and away the most important for us. So if you're ever going to go down there and hit that like button, I would ask that you could possibly do it now. Now let's move this over to our next question. This is Gonzalo says, great job in your run, Mason. Thank you so much, my friend. And yeah, I'm very, very proud of it, to be honest. But anyway, quarterback, we are going to go Love relatively easily. I mean, I think here going up against the Lions, base expectation is, yeah, you probably have the Packers not being able to run the ball a ton and actually force throw it just because how good this Lions offense is as well. And then going down to what we have at tight end for the same reason, I think you could really consider Kraft over Ferguson. The target volume has fallen for Ferguson from where it was. If you had no Jordan Love, I would have gone with Ferg over Kraft. But now that Love's good to go and we can be more excited about this passing offense here in Green Bay, I think we are going to go ahead and we are going to take Tucker Kraft. Now our next question coming out from DeVixen says, good morning, Mace. Deciding between Brian Robinson and Tracy. Think Tracy might get more touches. Thanks for the help. Thank you. I think Tracy will get more touches, but I think Tracy also is in a worse offense. So it's push and pull. We've gone back and forth. To be completely honest with you, if this was my team, I would probably go with Brian Robinson and go with the better offense. But also, to follow up with that honesty, I'm an idiot. I asked the live chat. The vast majority of them said Tracy over B-Rob. So it is going to be kind of up to you here between these two guys. But again, I would go Robinson, but I'm not going to fault you at all for Tracy. And then you know what? I would actually probably play Tracy over Waddle. So you know what? I think you probably play both running backs, to be honest, and bench Waddle. I hope I'm wrong here. I'm starting Waddle in the Flock League this week, but looking at what sportsbooks are putting out for the projections with this Dolphins offense in a tough matchup against Buffalo this week, it is not exactly the best. Now, Heaven coming out with our next start set. Here, quarterback, we are going to go Love over Stafford. Running back, this matchup, I'd probably go Travis Etienne over Tank Bigsby. Reason being is if you're looking at what you have with Etienne, this is a player where we are going to assume that he is the receiving back. I don't want to say that's all he is, but he should definitely have volume as a receiver. He should have targets out of the backfield. And I think this is a game which the Jags trail. Going over to the flex, it's between Downs and Amari. To be honest with you, I would go Amari, but it doesn't really matter because we're going to throw Downs into the flex spot anyway. So go Amari wide receiver, Downs in the flex. Nate coming out with the start set says, can't flex quarterback. Start May because of up. No. You go Patrick Mahomes. The Bucs have allowed 9 passing touchdowns over the past 2 weeks to opposing quarterbacks. We're seeing a little bit more passing volume here in KC as well. You have Hopkins coming over. So, yeah, for me, I think it's a spot in which I'd kind of need to go ahead and take the guy that's going to give you the floor and what I perceive to be the ceiling combo. Like right now, you have sportsbooks projecting out the Chiefs this week to be a top 5 team in total points scored. And on the flip side of that, you have the Patriots projected to be the worst offense in the NFL this week. Now going down to the flex. Chase Brown, Josh Jacobs, either guy, completely fine. I probably go Jacobs because we've seen it over a large sample, but very easily Chase Brown could be a top 5 RB this week with no Zach Moss in a great matchup against the Raiders. Like 99% of the time, if you have Chase Brown, he is an absolute auto start for you this week. But obviously we have a monstrous squad here where we have Taylor, Brees, and Jacobs. Now Ghost coming out and says, what's up, Mace? 5-3 with Puka McMillan. Should I pick up Alec Pierce or Khalif Raymond? All love, my friend. I would say probably not. Especially looking at if you were going to drop somebody, it'd be Juju Smith-Schuster. I just don't see the reason to go after either one of those other players. Puka Nacua should be good to go. And yeah, I guess our other option is Jalen McMillan. What I would do is I would probably pick up a secondary option in the Tampa game, just in case, obviously, McMillan misses. It does suck that it's a game later on, so obviously we're not going to have all the clarity. But if, like, you even have, like, Trey Palmer, Sterling Shepard, if you have any of the Tampa options sitting out there on the waiver wire, that would be my play. That way we could plan on going with McMillan and pivot over if need be. And then down in the flex, I think you are just going to go ahead. You probably end up playing Tracy. Dowdle's definitely very interesting with how high scoring of a game it should be with the Falcons and Cowboys. Plus, you have no Ezekiel Elliott, of course, but Tracy is a better matchup this week than what we saw last week, and last week he crushed Pittsburgh. Now, Holy Hero coming out says, happy BR. Start 2 running backs, 2 flex between Stevenson, Dowdle, Tracy, Flowers, Brian Thomas, and JSN. So 2 running backs. I think you have to jam in Tracy. And I go Dowdle over Stevenson based off the offenses. And then 2 flexes. I think we're going to go ahead. We're going to take Brian Thomas. JSN, Stevenson's close. Just because obviously with JSN, you have no Metcalf. Stevenson, he's been garbage in any game where the Patriots get blown out. In the games which the Patriots play a close one, whether they win or it goes to overtime, Stevenson's been great. Be honest with you, I just don't know. Can y'all spam the chat? Would you go Stevenson or would you go with Jackson Smith and Jigba? Because I think the answer is Stevenson, but your boy's gotten burned from Stevenson every single week this year, where it seems like every single week I play the dude. He does absolutely nothing. Every single week I bench him, he blows up. But Stevenson, JSN, Stevenson, JSN, JSN, Stevenson, 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 JSN, Stevenson, JSN, Stevenson. Does look like the majority of people are on Stevenson for your second flex. Now, Johnson coming out with our next one says, should we flex McBride and start Mike? I don't exactly know. Why? I'd go Pittman because, like, no, if you have McBride, you put McBride in at tight end. So the real question is like, oh, okay, do we go with Gesicki or do we go Jerry Jeudy? I'd rather play Jeudy over Gesicki. It's like just realistically, Trey McBride's a better option, of course, than Mike Gesicki. So what your question really is do you flex Mike Gesicki? And the easy answer of flexing Mike Gesicki is hell no. You don't do it. Even if Judy's not inspiring to say the least, I don't see how you could. Now, next question coming out from Yeknam. Appreciate you. Let me go ahead and hook you up with a free trade question. That way, next time you send something in, it is free. So I think I technically lose this trade, but we have Adams, Wilson, and Brees, and my team is just not fun to root for each week. Is this stupid? Keith Mitchell is an absolute zero. Dalton Schultz is an absolute zero. We are downgrading from Kincaid to Ridley and severely downgrading from Adams to Pacheco. This is horrendous. Yeah, this is really bad. For the love of God, don't do it. Who knows? Maybe the Jets offense looks a little bit better in the future. I'm not going to try to make some big argument for that. If you told me, hey, Mason, Pacheco's guaranteed to be back in 2 weeks, then at that point we can be talking. But I do not know. Pacheco could be out. I mean, for the rest of it. We don't know. He could come back week 16. Could come back week 17. Could come back for the NFL playoffs and have no impact in fantasy. Now, Mont, baby, happy to see you. Here we are trading Jefferson, downgrading to Debo, but upgrading from Mooney to Reed, and we're getting paid Tracy and Keon for our troubles. We go ahead, we take the Jefferson side. I definitely like buying Debo Samuel, but I know this is a league where depth matters a little bit more. Just for me, if we're trading away a player like Jefferson, I want to make sure that the other owner is overpaying. They don't necessarily even need to be overpaying, but like giving us a really strong price point. And I don't exactly think that they are here, to be honest. Now, Nick coming out with our next question says, hey, Mason, back again this week. Should we play JK at the flex or risk Brian Thomas Jr. and drop Mason for Gabe if he's out? So Gabe's probably going to miss. So Gabe wouldn't even be a backup option for you. So I would just go ahead and play it safe with J.K. Dobbins. Obviously, if we knew Brian Thomas Jr. was at 100% health, you can make a strong argument to have him over Dobbins. But Dobbins, you get the 3-down workload. You get a game environment in which, obviously, you do have the Chargers as favorites, where they presumably should be able to run the ball. So, yeah, I think Dobbins is a very safe play that also has the ceiling. Most weeks, though, Brian Thomas Jr. will be the guy going in the future. Okay. Let me back out of this and refresh this again. If you have not done so already, please go down there, drop a like on this live stream, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, we are streaming every single day. I have not missed a day in 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023, 2024. We are 5 years strong, streaming every day during the season, answering as many questions as possible. And again, Sunday morning streams are by far and away the most important for us. So if you were ever going to go down there and hit that like button, I would kindly ask that you do it today. And obviously, if you wanted to get in any questions in these live streams, you'd always hit the link in the live chat that says ask a question here. Or you could go over to flockfantasy.com and just hit the expert advice button in the top right corner. And if you hit that expert advice button in the top right corner, then you can send in a super message, start sit question, trade question, or a full-blown team review, whatever you are wanting. I would recommend, if you wanted that team review, however, to take advantage of the offer that we have over on Underdog Fantasy, just because it's going to be a lot cheaper, where if you go over to Underdog Fantasy and use promo code FLOCK, you're going to be getting a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, at the same time, you'll be getting a free Jalen Hurts pick, more than less than half a total yard as well, for the game today And you'll be getting that free team review over there on flockfantasy.com. Just make sure that you set up an account on flockfantasy.com with the same email address as your Underdog account. That way I know who to credit with that free team review voucher. But let's get this over to our next question. This one's coming out from Stewarks. Says, I'm weak at running back. We have Harrison and Chase at wide receiver. Okay. Going from Terry to Puka, clear upgrade. I don't really care about Dobbs in this deal. Josh Allen to Jacobs. I'd rather have Allen, but if you're really weak at... It really comes down to, do you have another viable quarterback, or will this put us in a streaming category? Like, I know some teams ended up getting Jaden Daniels late in their draft. So, I mean, they're sitting this far into the season with the combo of like Jaden Daniels and Josh Allen. Where if that's your roster here, then hell yeah, we're going to go ahead and we're going to make this deal. But if all of a sudden it means like, oh no, we're going to have to go hit the waiver wire, we're going to be streaming guys like Cousins, then at that point looks less exciting. But I am very much encouraged, obviously. Puka re-injures the knee, but is playing today. So I think we probably go with the Puka and Jacobs side of this. But CJ Max's flex happy BR, we either got to go with Brian Thomas Jr., Pollard, or Waddle. We combined Pollard and Waddle's name together. I really appreciate you. If we're looking at this, I think 99% of the time it's going to be Brian Thomas Jr., not even remotely close. Here, I wouldn't fault you if you wanted to play it a little bit safer, of course. If you are looking at what we have with Pollard, this is a running back that has the guaranteed workload and what isn't a bad offense by any means. You have no Spears. And but when I say isn't a bad offense, it's typically a horrible offense. But if we're looking at the projections this week in particular, Waddle, you have a horrible matchup. Projections are actually very low on Miami at the moment. I think we probably go ahead and we probably take Brian Thomas Jr. if you're willing to roll the dice. If you think he's good to go, that's what I would be going with. I think Brian Thomas Jr. is more likely than not the best option here. It's just obviously tough to say with him having the later game and not being a guarantee. B. Petty, happy to see us. His quarterbacks available are Nick, Stafford, Caleb, Lawrence, and May. I think you can go Baker here. Again, you'd have a super low implied team total here in Tampa. Sportsbooks are telling us that this should be a bottom 3 offense in the league. I'm bottom 5 offense in the league, but still, you do have a little bit of rushing upside with Baker. He's running the ball some, and they're going to be forced to throw given the fact that you can't run against the Chiefs in the first place, and 2, they should be trailing by a touchdown or 2 in the second half. Going down to the flex spot, I think that we are just going to kind of easily put in the combo of Brian Robinson Jr. and Brian Thomas. Obviously, we have Najee on bye. We have Metcalf injured. So we have Evans injured. We have Pickens on bye. So it is a little bit tougher. I'm going to go through and think of what our backup play would be if you were to have no Brian Thomas Jr. The Dolphins-Bills games, obviously, on the main slate, so you're not going to be able to pivot there. Did the Chargers get a 3 p.m. game? No, the Chargers play at noon as well. So if you were worried about Brian Thomas Jr. potentially missing this game, then at that point you could pivot over to Jalen Waddle. Just from what I'm reading at the moment, it sounds like he should be able to play. Now, Tiny Danster, love the name, says looking for the right package of players to deal for a running back upgrade. No idea what to do with Flowers, Hunt, Mostert, and Rachaad White. So right now, the team is Mostert not injured. Maybe I don't get it. Maybe we're trying to do too much, but regardless, we are fourth in the league analyzer. No, we are third in the league analyzer. This is a 10-team league in which you only start 2 wide receivers, 1 flex. So the wide receiver depth, frankly, doesn't matter. I mean, generally in this kind of format, I'm sure you know, but every deal that we are looking to make is just a 2-for-1 trade where we are trying to get the best player in return. Starting off quarterback, we are rolling with Lamar. Quarterbacks on the waiver wire, you have guys like Goff, Tua, Geno. So you do have plenty of waiver wire options there at QB. So for me, honestly, I would go ahead and personally, I would drop Matthew Stafford. You're not in a situation in which you'd really ever consider starting Stafford over Lamar. And even for the week 14 bye week, I mean, at that point, you could just pivot over and you could pick up somebody like Jared Goff. Doesn't really matter. So yeah, I would drop Stafford. I would honestly prefer going and picking up a running back that's an injury away from making a relatively big difference off the waiver wire. I'd pick up somebody like Zach Charbonnet, where I think Charbonnet does have that ceiling. So drop Stafford, pick up Charbonnet. I would also drop Pierce, pick up Tyler Algier. Because similar here, I think that if you were to have, say, that injury to Joe Mixon, Dameon Pierce doesn't have the third down role. I mean, we've already seen that here in Houston. Whereas if Bijan Robinson goes down, Tyler Algier is just an absolute must-start name every single week. So drop Pierce, drop Stafford, pick up Charbonnet and Algier. Going over to wide receiver, I personally would probably drop Thielen for McMillan, but that's just me. Not going to fault you at all for holding on to Thielen post Deontay trade. Wide receiver, we have Lamb, Puka, Flowers, Hopkins, Shakir. Again, the wide receiver depth, not necessarily a big factor. I mean, I would definitely sell Flowers if you could. Now, with that being said, obviously it is much easier said than done to go through and look to sell. But at the same time, I just don't see in a 10-team league where we have Lamb, Puka already through the bye week, where you only start 2 receivers in a flex, how you could potentially ever go through and get a player like Zay Flowers into your starting lineup. Where if you could take Zay Flowers and Rachaad White, move them in a 2-for-1 deal to go get a better running back, I think that would be preferable. I think if you look at the usage with Bucky Irving, it does kind of set up for a sell high situation with Rachaad White anyway. We have the elite tight end with Kelsey. Obviously, we don't need to roster another tight end here. So for me, 100% the play is to go through and sell the combo of Flowers and White and go get the best running back that we can. I think we also try to optimize for the high-end handcuff backs off the waiver wire that we can pick up for free. These guys like Zach Charbonnet, Tyler Algier. I would be willing to go through and I would be willing to drop Matthew Stafford, Dameon Pierce for those names. And if you have any additional questions, don't hesitate to send them my way. I'm going to hook you up with both a free trade question and a free start sit question. That way, just in case you have any trades that come to mind that you are looking at there, don't hesitate to send it over. I'd be super happy to check it out for you. But again, thank you. I really appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out. Now, Cola coming out with our next question. This is Bucky versus Waddle. I'm for sure going to go ahead. I will take Jalen Waddle here. I mean, Waddle, he has not been anything close to what you were wanting, even with Tua coming back this past week. He was disappointing. The Dolphins project out to be a pretty bad offense this week as well against Buffalo. It's a tough matchup. But reasonably, Bucky does kind of look like a low-end RB2, high-end RB3. That's more so just the premium handicap back. If White were to go down, then at that point, he crushes. And going over to what we have with our next question coming out from Nick, says, did this deal between weeks 5 and 6? Want to know your thoughts considering my team now. Thanks, Mason. Thank you. Yeah, this is the, you're just flexing to everybody here, my guy. Jameson is a 0. Moss, I don't want to say is a 0, but with the injury trending in a horrible direction. Dobbins is a 3-down back in a good offense. Tyreek is an elite wide receiver 1. So yeah, to be honest, this is kind of easily the Dobbins and Tyreek side. Easily the Dobbins and Tyreek into this. But congrats. I mean, we can check out the team real quick. We have Taylor, Dobbins, Tracy, Tyreek, Moore, and Amari. And then obviously the elite quarterback with Hurts. Phenomenal. Probably wouldn't have been a great team without us making that deal a few weeks back, though. Now, Conan says, QB versus wide receiver 2. We are in a hole because of Wilson. I would go Jordan Love over Sam Darnold, especially in a hole. Again, I do want to reiterate, I think you have a decent amount of upside here with Love in a matchup against Detroit where they're probably going to have to throw to keep up. And then wide receiver, we're going to go ahead. We're going to play Olave. I mean, you had the 14 targets last week. You have a great matchup this week. I really have no hesitation whatsoever with Chris Olave here, to be honest. Now, our next question coming out from TJ. Start set. Well, here at running back, we are going to go ahead. We're going to jam in Aaron Jones. And I would play Chase Brown with no Zach Moss over James Conner, to be honest. So I think you have a better offense, a better matchup, and you have more receiving usage. Wide receiver, I'm assuming we already played Devontae Adams. We're going to go with Brian Thomas Jr. alongside him. And then down in the flex, we will go with James Conner. Now, Tony 2 times says full PBR trying to decide who to start. Thank you. Thank you. So looking at the best options you have on your bench at the moment, the best option would presumably be DJ Moore. If you're looking at DJ Moore, obviously I'm not starting him over Chase or Reed. Really, the only question would be, are you starting him versus Josh Downs? For me, I think it would be a tough call. I mean, I did place DJ Moore ahead of Downs in our flex spot. In our flex rankings this week. To go over and look at what you have with the projections right now on Underdog, just to try to get some realistic expectations. You have Josh Downs higher, lower, 62.5 receiving yards. You have DJ Moore higher, lower, 54.5. Honestly, if the discrepancy is that high, we were just wrong. You need to have Josh Downs. Let me go and look at my updated wide receiver rankings on the site and see if we need to push Downs even higher from where we have him. Rest of season, we have Downs as, we'll just look at him in our wide receiver ranks. If I can type here. We had Downs wide receiver 30, right behind like Ladd, Dell, Pickens, Amari, DJ Moore. I'm not going to put him ahead of DJ Moore rest of season just yet. I'll go ahead and I will move Downs up in our rankings this week higher. Realistically speaking, we probably have to put Downs ahead of Waddle. I'd still rather have Reed Harrison over Downs. But Downs, you get the 112 receiving yards, something like that, with 170 Anthony Richardson passing yards last week. And if we assume that passing volume goes up to 250 to 300 passing yards with Flacco instead, it's just so much of a safer spot. Okay. Now let's move this over to our next question. Coming out from Waterboy, says 8-0 at PPR, Yahoo defaults worth trading. 8-0, hell yeah. Let's go ahead and let's do this. You can see in my rankings, at the moment, I do have Devonta Smith ahead of Mike Evans. Rest of season, that's because you're going to get an extra 3 games out of Devonta Smith in comparison to Evans. Weeks 9, 10, and 11. Evans has the week 11 bye. Smith's already through his bye. But if you are sitting at 8-0, obviously we are more so just thinking about the fantasy football playoffs. And for then, if you're looking at what you have with Evans, you're in a good offense with Baker under center. Plus, you have no Godwin as well. So Evans should just absolutely dominate. Now, Malastra, happy to see you, says, hey, Mason, currently 5-3. Do you recommend any trades to get a better running back or receiver? I was waiting for Pacheco to come back, but I'm not feeling good about Chuba as the starter. And feel Wilson and Drake are inconsistent. Thank you. Thank you. So this is a 10-team, 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league. We are straight out of Tomlin. We are the 4th team in the league analyzer. Looks like the top 5 teams here are all competitive. The bottom 5 teams are garbage, according to the analyzer at the moment. Pulling up our roster, this is a league in which you're rostering, a considerable amount of players. Typically, we would say that 10-team, 2 wide receiver, 1 flex, the options that you're going to have down there on the waiver wire won't exactly be great. But here you do see Kraft and Rome. But anyway, yeah, a ton of wide receivers on our roster. I'm definitely going to make some waiver wire adjustments here. Looking at quarterback, we have Lamar. Obviously, love to see it. You're able to start Lamar every single week, regardless of what the matchup is. Going over to tight ends, love to see it. We have McBride, a lead option. You can start every single week, regardless of what the matchup is here as well. Now, realistically speaking, going into the future, if you were looking at what you wanted to potentially do at quarterback, tight ends, the only thing is I would pick up Tucker Kraft off the waiver wire. Not that we need him, but if he is just completely free, it's a free tight end 1 that you're able to add to the team. The opportunity cost is Wan'Dale Robinson. So you can literally just go ahead, cut Wan'Dale, pick up Tucker Kraft. You have the week 11 bye for McBride, so we can cover during that week. And then obviously if we get another strong performance or 2 from Kraft, then at that point, presumably you could go ahead and you could package together Kraft and someone else for an upgrade inside the starting lineup elsewhere. Going over to what we have at running back, we are currently sitting with Barkley. So we have the anchor RB already through the bye week, elite RB1 we can start every single week regardless of the matchup. Beyond this, yeah, we are a little bit thin. We have Pacheco, Brooks, potentially for some long-term upside here. I thought Brooks was going to be back this week. He was practicing in full. Everything was trending towards him playing. And then all of a sudden, you ended up getting a surprise inactive. And now if he doesn't get activated by Wednesday, he is not going to be back. But to be honest with you, if you have Brooks and Hubbard, you're maybe better off with Brooks not coming back, just given the fact that if he does, then you're looking at a split backfield, whereas if he doesn't, then I don't know. You should be in a spot where Hubbard has the vast majority of the work and could be a consistent start for you. But depth at running back is definitely the main thing that we are concerned about. Wide receiver, London and Wilson, super comfortable to see. We don't really have a strong flex option in this league, though. One thing that you could do if you're 5-3, if you could pivot from like Zay Flowers to Mike Evans, Zay Flowers to DK Metcalf, go sell the wide receiver that's healthy and possibly going to be producing right now to go get a little more long-term upside here. I definitely think that could be something you look to do if we can find a team that needs the production at the moment where we can afford to more so think about the fantasy football playoff upside. I think that would be interesting. If you don't want to make that trade, I still do think that we would make a couple other adjustments. Again, I do want to reiterate that the very easy thing to do here is for us to go through and for us to look to sell off Flowers for a player that maybe gives you a little more upside in the long term. Even if we were sacrificing the short-term production. But also, we are cutting Wandale. We are picking up Kraft. I would cut McMillan for Roma Dunse here as well. I would potentially, after this week, look to cut Eckler for Braylon Allen if we think about the top end range of outcomes. Like, I have Eckler in the Flock League, and every single week I think about cutting him because I'm like, how the hell do I ever get this guy into my starting lineup? Even if he gives you like the 10 fantasy points kind of consistently, still it just feels like it almost doesn't even matter. Trying to think if there's anything else that we could do with this roster. I think you've put yourself in a position in which we already have a couple of these guys that should probably increase in value as time goes on. Such as Brooks, such as Pacheco. I think Dowdle's also an interesting buy low candidate here too. So I probably don't do anything else other than try to sell the wide receiver off for an injured guy that's going to give us upside for the playoffs. And at the same time, make those waiver wire adjustments that we talked about previously. Because, I mean, here at the very bottom end of a 10-team, 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league, you are just very much incentivized to think upside, upside, upside for the long term. And not particularly care about the floor that any of these individual options are going to give you. But I really do appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out in some way with this. And again, thank you so much for taking advantage of that free team review as well. Now, Yo-Yo coming out with our next question. Here are the best options that we have on the bench right now to get inside the starting lineup would probably be Terry McLaurin. I personally would start Terry over Downs myself. And also, I would start HN over Downs. I don't think you play Downs this week, even if Downs looks to be in a great spot. For me, I just do think it would be a tough situation in which Terry, you've had such a high floor ceiling combo since you had really the Daniels breakout kind of in week 3. Now, Titus coming out and says PBR Flex 2. Chestnut, Yoshivash, Michael Wilson, and Charbonnet. I'll probably go Wilson and Yoshivash. Obviously, Chestnut could have been the easy play here if you were to have no Pollard, but Pollard being good to go. I know Spears is out, but still. I don't see how you could roll with them. And if you are looking at the secondary receivers, I mean, you know they're going to be out there running a ton of routes with no Higgins. And obviously, Michael Wilson is just the locked and loaded second option in Arizona. Now, Kay Soliner coming out with the start set. Says, going for the perfect season. God bless you. God bless my guy. And obviously, I appreciate you hanging out with us so damn much. I will say, going for the perfect season, while it'd be cool, it maybe does make sense if you are sitting here at 8-0 right now to maybe instead go ahead and look to pivot to some of those options like Mike Evans that are going to have the elite ceiling for the fantasy football playoff stretch, but aren't giving production right now because obviously we can afford to think playoffs here. But anyway, looking at this running back, we are going to go ahead. We're going to plug and play Tracy. For the flex, we are going to go through and we are most likely getting in. Dear God, we're probably going to be going with Romeo Doubs and Travis Etienne. If you wanted to instead go with Cortland Sutton, I'm not going to fault you over Etienne. But I mean, Sutton is, I think, like wide receiver 53 in points per game so far this season. Like, by no means is it an easy call to go in that direction. Now, moving over to our next question. This was coming out from Critty. It says, Brian Robinson Jr., Cedric Tillman, or Shakir in the flex. For me, I'm going to go with Brian Robinson Jr. I'm not going to think too much about it either. I mean, I understand, obviously, Tillman, you've had the phenomenal weeks over the past 2. But still, with that in mind, it is such a small sample. I still expect it to be a much worse offense than what you should have in Washington. We get the clarity that Brian Robinson's good to go last night. It's not like this is a situation in which he was a game time decision all the way until Sunday morning, and then he was good to go. So yeah, thinking through this, for me, I don't love the hamstring, but it's a good matchup as well going up against the Giants. Now, Benji Green coming out. Quarterback, we are going to be going with Mahomes over Baker relatively easily. Obviously, Baker's been so much better so far this season, but Mahomes is adding weapons as Baker's losing them. I'm going over to running back. We're going to go Chase Brown with no Zach Moss. Chase Brown, yes, I would start him over Tracy. Auto start, great matchup, great offense, great workload with no Moss. And then over in the other wide receivers, we're going to go London and Waddle. Tight end, we are going to be going with, dear God, you need to sell a tight end here, my friend. There's no situation in which we should be having Bowers, McBride, and Auden all on the same team. Please sell one of these players. I probably go Bowers against Cincy. And down in the flex, you could actually consider playing another tight end. Like, this is like the one scenario in which I think you could possibly flex a tight end, but I'm not mentally tough enough to do it. I would go with the running back with the guaranteed workload. That's in the better matchup than he was in a week ago. Okay. Now, our next question coming out from Des. Says, thanks, Mason. Kirk Cousins on the waiver wire as well. Okay. Quarterback, you go Love. I think Cousins is a great play, but I mean, ultimately, if you are looking at Jordan Love, this is a quarterback in which you have a really strong matchup against the Lions in terms of the projected game flow, where we should expect that you do have to see a considerable amount of passing attempts here. Going down to wide receiver, we are looking at Evans, Collins both being out. Jennings on bye. I guess we are going to go with Shakir and hope that we get the touchdown. Tight end, I go Cade Otton over Laporta with the injuries that you have in Tampa. And we're going to go Dowdle in that other flex spot, especially as you have no Ezekiel Elliott. Dalvin probably just takes the Zeke usage. Dowdle is going to be the starting running back here regardless. Okay. Let's move this over to our next question. And real quick, if you have not done so, it looks like well under less than 10% of y'all have hit that like button. Please go down there, drop a like on this live stream. I mean, we live streamed every single day in 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023, and now in 2024, 5 years straight. But Sunday morning streams are by far and away the most important for us. So if you're ever going to hit that like button, I would kindly ask that you do so now. And also, if you wanted to get in any questions on the site, obviously you can hit the link in the live chat that says ask a question here. Or you also could go over to flockfantasy.com and hit the button in the top right corner that says expert advice. And there you can send in a super message, a start sit question, a trade question, or a team review, whatever you're wanting. If you wanted that team review, I'd highly recommend taking advantage of the offer that we have with Underdog Fantasy, though, where if you go over to Underdog Fantasy and use promo code FLOCK, you will get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, at the same time, you're going to be getting that free Jalen Hurts pick, more than less than half a total yard for the game today. And you'll be getting a free team review in the live stream that we're doing every single night. Just make sure that if you wanted the team review, you'll get the free Jalen Hurts pick immediately if you use code FLOCK. But if you wanted the free team review, make sure you set up an account on flockfantasy.com with the same email address as your account on Underdog Fantasy. That way I know who to credit with that free team review voucher. But let's move this back over to the notorious one. Says, should we trade Ridley or Downs with Chubb for Thomas? I would rather trade away Ridley than I would Josh Downs at this point. And yeah, I think it's a very fair price point to go out there and go get the stud with Brian Thomas. I thought Thomas was possibly going to be missing a little bit of time here. Obviously, it is a pretty good spot in which when you have no Christian Kirk going into the future, Brian Thomas Jr. should just continue to expand his role, which he was already doing as the rookie wide receiver, naturally improving anyway. So you are in a really good spot to just go ahead and GM in Thomas. Now, J.K. Lou coming out with our next start set. Here for the flex, we are looking at Tracy, Judy, JSN, Pickens. I'm just going to play Tracy. I mean, with him coming back from the concussion, he's already cleared protocol. So it's not as if you're in a situation in which you need to be concerned that, oh my gosh, he's going to come out. He's only going to be playing, I don't know, 50% of the snaps. Now, his usual workload should be there. He looks like he has just taken over as the starter, of course. Now, our next question coming out from Evan. Says, start sit where we need help with one of the flexes. This is a nutso team. We will go with James Conner. We will just take the guy that is the guaranteed I don't know. The guaranteed 3-down workload and a game with a close spread, so they should potentially be able to go through and run. Not the easiest spot in the world, of course, though. Now, 20 coming out with our next question. Says, which one of my mid-pack flex options appeal you? Dowdle, most likely. Really, the only two guys that I think stand out are Dowdle, Ridley, maybe make an argument for Myers. But if you are looking at what you get with Dowdle, of course, is you're getting a player that should be in the highest scoring game in the NFL this week. Presumably with the starting role, plus the thinned out team with no Ezekiel Elliott's playing. So I think it's kind of an easy-ish spot to go ahead and take Dowdle. Now, Cola coming out with our next question. Here, tight ends, it's Kraft or Ferg. If you were to have no love this week, I was for sure going to be going with Ferg. But here, it's a little bit tougher. When Love is in, I think we go with Kraft. Again, I do want to reiterate, you have the potential that we do see some serious regression here with the Tucker Kraft touchdown rate. And then down in the flex, Chase Brown, Dave Montgomery, the two guys that we're looking at. It is very close. Half PPR league, I think that we can just go ahead and we'll take Montgomery. We'll go with the guy that we've had the large sample of dominance with and what has been the best offense in the NFL so far this season. I feel like Brown's the better option, though. I'm going to say Montgomery to let you know if this was my team, I'd probably start Chase Brown. I'm afraid to tell you Chase Brown and then just get publicly ridiculed when Montgomery drops another 2 touchdowns. Okay. Now, going over to our next question. This is coming out from Josh Fitzsimmons. This is London versus Tracy and Harrison. This is a 12-team league where you can start up to 4 receivers weekly. We just lost. Really, we don't have an RB3 here. We have Kyron and the Niners guys. So when we need the other running back depth, I think you can go ahead and you can take Tracy and Harrison. It's not the easiest call by any means. But, I mean, if we assume Tracy's an RB2 rest of season, what's the real tier gap down from London to Harrison? Specifically in a spot in which that the depth does matter and we don't have a ton of it in this league. Now, going over to this next question coming out from J.K. Lou says, hey, Mason, love the content. I recently traded Puka and Amari for Brees. Let me know what you think about the trade. I also figured I'd do it because we had 2 Rams receivers. So, to be honest with you, I don't like making any trades based off the idea like, oh, okay, I have another player on this team. No, you're fine. You don't need to worry about that, to be honest with you. But trading Puka and Amari for Brees, I definitely think it's a fair price point, especially with Puka re-injuring the knee. So if this is something that you potentially have to be concerned about going into the future, I don't hate it by any means. I just don't necessarily like the reason in which we decided to make that move. And then looking at what we have for this league in particular, it's a 10-team format, so options on the waiver wire should be decent. Now, it is a league in which you can start up to 4 wide receivers weekly. So it's not like wide receiver depth doesn't matter at all. This is Team Ewok Eek. I'm pretty sure I'm pronouncing Eek. No, it's Eek. I don't exactly know what that's from. If somebody could let me know, I'd be interested here. But anyway, pulling it up, we are number 1 in the league analyzer, so we are in a comfortable spot. And honestly, we needed the running back production. So I think going and getting Brees probably made sense for us here. But anyway, looking at it, we have the elite quarterback with Daniels. Obviously, somebody that we can't start every single week, regardless of what the matchup is. So really comfortable spot. Here, you're going to have to roster another QB, obviously, in week 14 for the bye. But not necessarily something we're concerned about right this second. Going over to what we have at running back. We are currently sitting with Brees, Jacobs, Tracy. So a very strong running back trio, right? We have the production at the very top ends, and we have plenty of depth down here as well. Wide receiver, we have 2 top 5 receivers with Lamb, Tyreek. We have another wide receiver 1 with Kupp. So phenomenal wide receiver room. I mean, we're sitting with Pickens, JSN, as well as Jerry Jeudy down there at the very bottom end. So one thing that I would possibly make the adjustment with is just ask yourself, like, how could you ever put Jerry Jeudy into your starting lineup? Like, are you ever getting this guy in over Lamb, Tyreek, Kupp, Pickens, JSN? Presumably not. So I do think you could realistically think about cutting Jeudy and picking up the premium handcuff back that would have a clear path to your lineup like Charbonnet. Whereas if you were to get that injury, say to, I don't know, Kenneth Walker, then Charbonnet immediately turns into a must-start running back, even on a roster as strong as yours. Going over to tight end, we have Njoku and Goddard. Typically, I'd say we don't necessarily need to be rostering 2 tight ends here. Now, with that being said, and you know what? Let's go back to dropping Jerry Jeudy. I don't think we're doing much by picking up Charbonnet. It's less about Charbonnet being an exciting option. It's more about Jeudy just not doing anything for us here. So what I would probably do instead is I would actually probably drop Jeudy and pick up CJ Stroud. As when Nico comes back in, Stroud should definitely be a better option than he was. While at the same time, I don't know, if you are looking at what you're going to be getting with Daniels in that week 14 bye, you could use Stroud for then. Daniels obviously was dealing with the rib injury. If Daniels gets injured again, then you could have a viable quarterback fill in. Plus, if we are looking at Daniels versus Stroud, if Stroud comes back out, he has the name appeal where if he absolutely dominates with the 2-game stretch with Nico Collins back in, you could presumably look to trade Stroud and get an upgrade somewhere, where I just don't ever think you're going to get anything for Jeudy. So I'd cut Jeudy. I'd pick up Stroud. Tight end Goddard, Njoku, we're chilling, right? There's really nothing to discuss. There's nothing to do here. Overall, I think it's a very strong team. I really like the move that we made for Brees. I think you're in a really comfortable spot here in a 10-team league where you can start up to 4 receivers weekly to not really do much in terms of trades, especially on a 4-4 roster. You had a better record if we were sitting at like 6-2. Then at that point, I think there could be some interesting trades for your roster to go out there and get some of the discounted players in the short term for the upside in the long term, such as Mike Evans, but not on this team. So I think we probably leave this as is, but let me hook you up with both a free trade question as well as a free start sit question, my friend, just in case you have anything else that you want to send with this team. But great Brees trade. I think you drop a Jeudy, pick up Stroud. And yeah, I think you have the best team in the league analyzer for a reason. Now, Hunkin coming out with our next question. This is need a running back 2 and flex suggestions. Running back 2, I'm definitely going to go Tracy over Ramondre. Just have much more faith in the Giants offense than I do in the New England one. Wide receiver, we are going to go ahead and we are going to be playing Devonta Smith. And if we needed a flex between Ramondre or Reed, I would go with Reed. And then down there at tight end, I'm going to be going with Laporta over Kraft. I do think we could possibly expect some touchdown regression for Kraft in this offense. Okay. Let's mark that as complete, and let's refresh this to get some more questions up here. And as we do this, again, if you have not done so already, please go down there, drop a like on this live stream, ladies and gentlemen. It looks like less than about 6-7% of y'all have hit that like button, so fix your life. Sunday morning streams are by far and away the most important for us. So if you're ever going to hit that like button, I would ask kindly that you do it now. But Brood is coming out with a start sit question. Here, running back, it's either really going to come down to what you get with Tracy and Brian Robinson. I think Tracy gives you the high floor. Obviously, Robinson, you're done with the hamstring. In the case of Robinson, you do have a much better offense, though. So honestly, I think you can kind of go either way here. I personally would roll the dice with Brian Robinson, but we asked a bunch of people in the live chat previously what direction they would go in. They would go Tracy. And honestly, it doesn't matter because we play both guys. You play both running backs, throw one at RB, throw the other in the flex with not too much hesitation here either. Okay. Now our next question coming out from the Greg. It says start sit here where we're 3-5 at the moment. And I'm sorry, my guy, you did not put the players that you were considering underneath here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to hook you up with a free start sit question. If you could send it in again and let me know the players underneath that you were considering, that'd be nice. Hookem coming out with our next question says lost Diggs. Got D. Smith for Connor. Are we smashing? I think, yeah, you go ahead and you take Tracy and Tyreek if you lost Diggs here. Because, I mean, if you're looking at Tyreek versus Gibbs, you can make an argument that they are comparable rest of season. Whereas if you're looking at what you have, say, with Tracy is just pretty much a free RB2 that you get to add on. So let's go Tyreek and Tracy. Now, Adam coming out with a team review says, I just made a trade to get CMC and Debo. What other kind of moves should I be looking to solidify my team for the playoffs? So this is above and Bijan. We are second in the league analyzer. Love picking up CMC and Debo if we are thinking about the playoffs at this point, especially post Brandon Ayuk injury. The target share for Debo Samuel should just be extremely strong. Looking at what we have here, starting off at quarterback, we are currently rolling with Kyler Murray. It is a 10-team league in which you only start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. So having a top-end quarterback will make a pretty significant difference. So to be honest with you, I think I wouldn't mind at all going through and looking to potentially swing a wide receiver depth piece and Kyler Murray to go get a true elite QB. Like if you could go Devonta Smith and Kyler Murray and pivot over to Lamar, pivot over to Hurts, pivot over to Allen, pivot over to Daniels, I think that would be a very interesting spot. Looking at what we have over there, running back, we are currently sitting with Bijan Robinson, CMC. So presumably 2 running back ones for the fantasy football playoffs. Montgomery, great depth piece where we can cover for CMC with any missed time. We have Pacheco for the long-term upside. We have Etienne. We have Dowdle. I actually think that Dowdle is going to be much better going into the future than he has been. I think Dowdle is a great buy low candidate. But for you in particular, it's not like we could ever use this Dowdle production when we were this strong at running back. So I do think I would consider as well potentially going through and trying to swing one of these running back depth pieces, whether that's Etienne, Dowdle, or Pacheco, with Sam Laporta to see if we can pivot over and get to an elite level tight ends. Because in that 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format, having the elite tight ends, having the elite quarterback, will make a difference as they'll make up a higher percentage of our starting lineup output. We have the upside at wide receiver and running back, where the depth doesn't particularly matter too much for us. As wide receiver, arguably, we have 2 wide receiver ones with Kupp, Debo, Brian Thomas Jr., Harrison, a lot of long-term upside. So I think the main play is we try to trade Smith and Kyler to go get a true elite quarterback. We try to trade Dowdle and Laporta to try to go get a top-end tight ends. And then also with those open roster spots, we just go ahead and pick up Rome Odunze and Raheem Mostert for free. And if you weren't able to make trades like that, obviously we may have to end up waiting a little bit longer here. I think at the very minimum, I would go ahead and I probably would look to cut McMillan and pick up Rome Odunze off waivers. But I really appreciate you as always, my guy. Thank you for being a long-time member of the vlog. Let me hook you up with both a free trade question and a free start sit question, just in case you have any follow-up questions that you want with this team. You can send them my way, no problem. But yeah, thank you again. I really appreciate you and hope I was able to help you out in some way. But now, Daye coming out with our next question. This is going to be a Superflex Dynasty 10-team league where we are trading a future first and Swift for Taylor. We have the best team with 3 firsts. Running backs are Kyron and Pacheco. You definitely can do this, right? I mean, if it's an early first in a Superflex league, especially a 10-teamer, so it has no shot to be the 111 or no shot to be the 112. I don't think you're getting like some killer value here by any means. Like in the offseason, you'll maybe be a little bit upset that you did this, but if it wins you the league this year, then obviously it's worth it. But I think you just have to look at your team and ask yourself, how much of a difference does it truly make, and can it win you your league this season? Okay. Next question coming out from Vay says, thanks for the help, Mason. 7-1, Madison over Moore, question mark. Also, any other obvious needs to secure the 1 seed? It's a decent matchup for Madison. Chase Brown's the auto start here. So, I thought this was Alexander Madison versus DJ Moore. I was going to have to make an argument. Oh, no, I don't know. Good matchup for Madison. You have the 3-down workload. So I'll for sure go with Alexander Madison over Elijah Moore. No brainer. So yeah, I think you go Chase Brown and Alexander Madison. And honestly, it's a very well-balanced roster here as well, especially when we get Kittle back in. I don't necessarily think you need to be making any plays. Now, Cheeker's coming out with our next question. Says, just made this trade. Is this a dub for me? Looking at this, Bijan versus Dobbins and Shakir. This is not even remotely close. We want Bijan Robinson. Dobbins definitely very exciting. Like Dobbins, I do think is a locked and loaded starter going into the future based off the volume that you were seeing in this offense. But still, at the same time, I think Bijan's a much better back. I think Bijan doesn't have the history of injuries, and I don't think Shakir's making that big of a difference. So, yeah, I want Bijan, but Dobbins does look to be a great option. Now, W. Mejis says, what's up, Mason? Just need help with the tight end. Thanks. Thank you so much, my friend. Really do appreciate you. I think you go with Tucker Kraft. Honestly, I don't think it's super tough. Maybe if it was even if it was a non-PPR format where you were just hunting touchdown upside, Tucker Kraft still gives you the TDs. But obviously, when you have no Jamal, when you have no Miller, I understand the thought process where you can maybe make an argument that, oh, okay, Taysom could see an expanded role as a rusher this week. And I understand where you're coming from, but Tucker Kraft's just been absolutely crushing in a great offense. I think you just play Kraft. Now, Rommel is coming out with our next question. Says, also considering Tillman in the flex. Well, running back here, I think that it's an easy spot to just go ahead and jam in Chase Brown. I wish I had Chase Brown in the Flock League. I wish I drafted him instead of Zach Moss in all my underdog drafts. Because Chase Brown is just absolutely set to smash. I think Chase Brown, you have the efficiency that Hunt's not going to give you, but the same good offense and a great matchup. And going down to the flex, there's no way in hell we consider Tillman here. I think you just go ahead and you play Kareem Hunt. Hunt's had 20 carries every single game that he has been the starter here for KC. So I think at this point, you kind of have to go through and you have to take Hunt. But let's get to this next question. Coming out from Nick Sava says, forgot to ask before, use your code on Underdog there, but didn't receive a free team review voucher. So one, let me hook you up with a free start set question for having to send this in. I'm sorry. So here's how it works. When you sign up to Underdog Fantasy and use promo code FLOCK and make your $10 deposit, the following morning, Underdog is going to send me a list of email addresses that use that offer. And then that morning, I send that over to the developers at flockfantasy.com. They run the CSV and they hook up everybody that has an account on flockfantasy.com with one of those email addresses with the free team review. To be honest with you, usually we're good about getting that out in a timely manner. I had to run 50 miles yesterday, so I was a little bit out of it. I did not get the CSV over to the developers until late last night after the live stream. I promise you I'm not going to be running 50 miles most days going into the future. That's probably not a concern that we have. So just be a little bit patient with us. We are going to hook you up with it. But we are running a little bit late on getting those out from yesterday and the day before. But if you're saying, Mason, I used code FLOCK on Underdog a week ago and I still don't have a free team voucher, then what that means is it means you most likely didn't set up your account on flockfantasy.com with the same email address until after we already ran it. So just shoot me an email at mason.at flockfantasy.com and I'd be happy to help you out. But also, of course, if you wanted to get one of those free team reviews over there on flockfantasy.com, just go over to Underdog Fantasy. You can find the link in the live chat. Use promo code FLOCK, and you'll get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, at the same time, you're going to be getting a free Jalen Hurts pick, less than half a total yard for the game today. And you'll be getting that free team review voucher. Just make sure that you set up an account on flockfantasy.com with the same email address as your account on Underdog Fantasy. That way I know who to credit that free team review voucher to. But let's move this over to our next question coming from Nate. Says, need a quarterback upgrade badly. Jefferson, JJ, RB3, DS, wide receiver 3. I have no idea what the hell you're asking. Pollard or Chubb? Give me Pollard. And I'm sorry, I can't decipher the rest. Looking at this, Jacobs to Allen, give me Allen. Debo to Pollard, give me Debo. Not too close. I would actually rather have Jacobs and Debo here in the majority of instances. I do view Debo as a locked and loaded wide receiver 1 coming out of the bye week. Great timing for him to have the bye. Obviously, you're looking at a wide receiver that is a little bit frustrating with the injuries that he's dealt with. I mean, he's dealt with injuries through his entire NFL career, of course. But now that you have no Ayuk here, I think that you do just have a really nice role for Deebo Samuel going into the future. Okay. Moving this over to our next question, coming out from Stacy says, appreciate any help on the lineup. No, thank you so much, my guy here, wide receiver. We are going to go ahead. We are just going to jam in Darnell Mooney. With Mooney, this should be a top 3 scoring offense in the league this week. It should be the highest scoring game in the NFL as well. Going over to the flex. Let's just get the guys. This is a Dynasty league, so there are a bunch of players in the roster. Let me just get the guys in that stand out, and then we can kind of go back and forth and argue them. Rashad White, hate the matchup, but you have the receiving usage. Do we just go with 3 running backs? So who else would you consider here? Rome Odunze, you just don't have the consistent passing volume in Chicago for the time being. And Rome's arguably 3rd or 4th option in this passing offense. Wan'Dale Robinson's the 2nd option in one of the worst offenses in the league. So you know what? I think we go with the 3 running backs. I'm not super excited to start Bigsby this week. Now that you potentially have ETN back in. But I think you may end up having to do it unless I'm missing someone here. I know some people may say go Jalen Coker, but for me, I'm not interested, to be honest. Now, Chris coming out with a team review. Really do appreciate you, my guy. Going to be super excited to check this out. Let's move this over. This is a screenshotted team. This is going to be a IDP league. So I'm going to be completely honest with you. I am not an IDP expert by any stretch of the imagination. Not even remotely close. I've played in almost every fantasy football format imaginable just because I've been addicted to playing in Dynasty Fantasy Football since 2014, playing in 20 plus leagues a year where things get extremely weird. But IDP has always been something that I strayed away from. So I'm not going to be able to talk much on that side of it. It is an IDP league where you only start 1 linebacker, 1 defensive back, and 2 defensive flexes, though. So it's not as if it's an IDP league in which it's super important, where obviously some Dynasty leagues you'll see like, oh, you have to start 3 linebackers, you have to start 2 defensive backs, you have to start 2 defensive linemen, and then you also have to go through and you also have to put in 4 defensive flex spots. Where it's like, oh, okay, you actually have to build out a well-rounded roster. Here, with how shallow it is, it does appear that you should always have options on the waiver wire if need be. Now, going over to what we have with quarterback, you are sitting with Jaden Daniels currently. With Daniels, you're able to start him every single week, regardless of the matchup. You absolutely love to see it. No hesitation with that whatsoever. Going down to the bench, we have Drake May. I'm not going to fault you for rostering another quarterback here, considering the fact that you do still have the Jaden Daniels bye week coming soon. Now, with that being said, however, the Jaden Daniels bye week is in week 14. So with it being in week 14, I would probably say that you're in a situation in which you want to roster a different backup quarterback. Drake May has the same bye, so I don't necessarily know exactly what we are accomplishing here, because it's not like in any game that Daniels ever plays, you would ever consider putting in Drake May ahead of him. So I think, yeah, you go ahead, drop May, pick up a different quarterback off the waiver wire. Going over to what we have at running back, you only have to start 1 option. We have Brees. We have Kenneth Walker as well in one of the flex spots. Going down to the bench, obviously, if you only have to start one RB, I think you're in a spot where you don't necessarily need to optimize for any floor at the running back position. And instead, you can just think about ceiling, ceiling, ceiling. Here, we only have Javonte, Jordan Mason effectively down there on the bench, which if this was a league in which you started 2 running backs, 2 wide receivers, and 1 flex, I would really want to try to optimize what we have down on the bench a little more towards the running back position. But it's a league you only have to start 1 RB, and we have 2 mid RB1s here. So we're in a great spot. Wide receiver, we have a wide receiver 1 with Neighbors, super strong wide receiver 2 with Downs, another wide receiver 2 that we get to throw in our flex spot. I mean, with Smith and Downs, I apologize. And then going down to what we have with the bench, we have Flowers. So considering the fact that this is a shallower lineup on the offensive side of the ball, I mean, if we could, I would love to see if we could send Flowers and Javonte to go get an upgraded either wide receiver or running back. Really doesn't matter what position you go after. Consider the fact that this is a league in which you only have to start 1 running back. So I think you are kind of in a comfortable spot regardless here. I'm trying to think of what could potentially be interesting. Tight end, we are elite with McBride. It's a great team. I think really the only move for this team to make is see if we can send Flowers with a Javonte type player to go get that upgrade there at either running back or the flex. And again, I apologize that I'm not going to be able to help too much with the IDP side of things. I know, yeah, Will Anderson's a great lineman. I know Max Crosby's a great defensive lineman. But again, in reality, my IDP knowledge is very limited. I know typically linebackers may be better options at the flex, but I think you have a phenomenal team with how it's set up currently. Let me go ahead and let me hook you up with both a free trade question and a free start sit question. Again, I do want to reiterate, we want to look to see if we can go through and make that trade by pivoting off of the wide receiver depth piece and the running back depth with Javonte. I mean, if it would be easier to go and trade for a wide receiver, that's just what we're going to do here. And I think we drop May, pick up a different quarterback off the waiver wire as well. But I really do appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out in some way. And like I said, I sent you over the free trade question and the free start sit question if you had anything else that you want to send over in my direction. Now, piece of time coming out with our next question here. This is a spot where I think we start both guys in the Monday night game. I think we're going to go with Rachaad White as well as DeAndre Hopkins. Where if you are looking at Chubb, you don't have the receiving usage. If you're looking at Wandale, you're the second option in one of the worst offenses in the league. So I don't know how excited we'd be about either one of those plays. Now, He Miller coming out says, what are we thinking? Wide receiver, St. Brown, London. Our auto starts. The issue is when we get to this other spot with Ladd, DJ Moore, and Jalen Waddle. For me, I go Waddle with Tua back in. But it's definitely not a super easy situation. Where if you are looking at what you have with Ladd, obviously Ladd gives you the better game this week. Ladd scores 29 points this week, which if you combine everything that Waddle's done since week 2, I don't know if all his games together he's scored 29 points. But you only get the 6 targets for Ladd. And you have the years of Waddle being that wide receiver 2 with Tua that we can look at. And then going over to the flex, I think I go DJ Moore over Ladd too. I mean, to be honest with you, I feel like I'm like kind of putting my money where my mouth is, and that I have Ladd in the flock league and I'm benching him this week. I really hope I'm wrong. I hope Ladd continues to improve. I hope Ladd starts to see more volume. But as of now, Ladd has 0 games with double-digit targets this season. And this past week, while he drops you the 29 points and it was super exciting, the same time, he only had 6 targets. So it is very tough. Now, 9 milligrams in, always happy to see you, says, I have a few game time decision injuries here. So quarterback, we are going to go ahead and we will take Kyler if it's a 4-point passing touchdown format. Running back, Brian Thomas Jr., Tyrone Tracy are the 2 guys you're looking at. Tracy is a super safe play. Brian Thomas Jr. to be the guy that has the highest ceiling. But if you're worried about Brian Thomas Jr. possibly missing, obviously he plays at 3 p.m. In that instance, you could just go ahead and you could just take Tracy. Tracy's going to be in a noon game against the Commanders. So it is a tough spot where you wouldn't have that potential pivot, of course. But yeah, it's really just Brian Thomas Jr. or Tracy. Now, Derek coming out says, does this look good or do we make any changes? Thanks. Thank you. The best guy on the waiver wire to get in would be presumably Jaden Reed. I'd probably play Chase Brown over Jaden Reed myself. Quarterback, looks like we don't have a pivot option. Tight ends, Kincaid versus Ferguson is very close, and it's up to you. I would probably opt to go with Kincaid, where we've been getting 6-7 targets literally every single week. And currently, you have sportsbooks projecting out the Buffalo Bills to be the highest scoring offense in the NFL this week. And then, yeah, for the flex spot, you can keep Chase Brown. I think Chase Brown, crazy high ceiling, pretty high floor. Where Jaden Reed, I think you have the high ceiling, but I don't know what the floor exactly looks like. Now, Phil coming out with our next question says, flex Brian Thomas Jr. or Chase Brown, full PBR, is Brian Thomas Jr. good to go? Right now, reports are saying that he will be, but at the same time, it is a 3 p.m. game, so we're just not guaranteed anything here. Where, assuming that you have no Zach Moss, I do think that you just have an incredibly high floor ceiling combo when it comes to Chase Brown. So, for me, I probably go with Brown. Definitely not the easiest thing to do, though. Now, Hayes coming out with our next question. It's a start-sit question where we are looking at 2 flexes. Teresa says chat is saying Brian Robinson's ruled out. Dear God, let me pull this up. Did Brian Robinson just get ruled out? Yes, Brian Robinson is out. Brian Robinson Jr. is inactive for this game. Reports previously, I mean, we can go through and we can look at what Adam Schefter said. But Adam Schefter last night now he's kind of, I don't want to say covering himself, but you can say, I'll show you. Last night he said that Brian Robinson was going to play. Commanders running back Brian Robinson is inactive today. Commanders expected he'd be able to play, but the pregame warm-up did not go well. And let's see, where did he tell us that Brian Robinson was good to go? Yeah, Schefter, 13 hours ago. Commanders running back Brian Robinson listed as questionable for Sunday due to his hamstring injury, is expected to play versus the Giants. But now, obviously, that has changed. So if you had Brian Robinson in your starting lineup, I apologize if I told you to put him in previously, but now you got to pivot to another option. And again, I'll cover my own butt as Schefter's doing as well. I was going off what Schefter told me. Schefter told me that Brian Robinson Jr. was going to be playing, but apparently the report now is, warm-ups didn't go well, blah, 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 excuses, and he is not playing. So it is what it is. We can't update the rankings, of course. let's go ahead and pivot over to this. And you know what? I may need to hit up Sal and see if he needs Eckler. But let's go and update the ranks. Week 9. Running back. Brian Robinson is now flying down, of course. And I guess we got to move Eckler up. Eckler's viable. I'm definitely not excited about him. Ooh, we didn't take Zach Moss out of these ranks. Put Moss all the way down. But yeah, you got to move Eckler up. I'd rather play Eckler over Mostert. Rather play him over Irving. I'd rather play him over Etienne and Bigsby are split in the backfield. Not by that much. I don't think like Eckler's some must-start name by any means. But I think you can run with it. So, and then also let me pull up my team in the Flock League and see if I would need to consider putting Eckler in. And we got to send Sal an offer. Sal and I have been kind of going back and forth for DK Metcalf. I'm a playoff team. I'm 5-3, most likely winning this week as well. Sal's fighting for his life right now. If he loses this week, he's probably done skis. So let's go ahead and let's see if we can come up with a trade here. The deal that we were talking about previously, he has Metcalf. So obviously he kind of needs some production now. Let's go ahead and send something his way. And now he also has Brian Robinson. So no Brian Robinson. So if we go through and send his direction, Ladd, Javonte, Eckler, try to get back Metcalf. Can we squeeze somebody else out? Najee? We're going to send this over and see what happens. He needs to win at this point. A running back going to the future, he would at least have Javonte, Brian Robinson to play. Wide receiver this, and he would have Eckler he can play this week. Wide receiver as well. He would have London, Amari. Okay. Let's send this over. And I will shoot him a message saying that. I'm going to say, sent a little something, something. My chat says you win this one. All right, if Sal comes into this live stream, y'all need to tell him he wins the deal, okay? All right, can I trust y'all on this? Can I trust y'all on this? Somebody says Coop's out. Tell me Amari Cooper's out? There's no way. Amari Cooper's out as well. Does Sal have Amari too? Let me pull this back up. Amari Cooper's out. Amari Cooper inactive week 9. Yes, Sal had Amari too. Look at Sal's team here. RIP. Sal was sitting here with Now he's playing McNichols at running back. He has no Amari at this point. Who could he possibly put in? He had the DK injury, the Jordan Mason injury, the Brian Robinson injury, now the Amari injury. I may have to send him something else here. God, this is insane. There's so many freaking injuries. I really hope y'all are not in this spot. And if you have a league mate in this spot, I'd highly recommend trying to take advantage of them while you can. And we are trying to do that right now. Let's go through and send Lad. Who else do we have playing this week that I don't need? I think that's about it. We throw Komet his way too. Metcalf. Brian Robinson. Give him 4 starters. Give him 4 guys he can start this week so he doesn't have to play Jalen Colker, Jeremy McNichols, and then Deontay Johnson. Just make sure. I mean, yeah, this obviously would be an absolute no-brainer for me. Dear God. Dear God. And yeah, we need to update the rankings on the site too. This is freaking nuts. I'm sorry that we're kind of rambling here, but I was just legitimately caught off guard. Let me change the thumbnail to an Amari one too. But Chark inactive, obviously that doesn't have a big impact one way or another. I'm going to shoot Sal a message too, saying I sent him 4 starters. Okay, but anyway, looking at this, Bryce Young to continue to start if he plays well in week 9. Doesn't have any impact on anything. I'd assume that was, I think everybody was kind of expecting that. Amari Cooper to be inactive week 9. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to go ahead. 1, obviously we need to move Amari to the very bottom of these ranks. 2. And 2, we need to move both Keon Coleman and Shakir up. I mean, at this point, I'd rather play. This was projected out to be the highest scoring offense in the NFL this week. I'm assuming Amari's not really going to move the lines too much. I'd rather start Shakir over Worthy. I'd rather start him over Ridley. I'd rather start him over Hopkins now. I'd say the same thing with Keon probably. I think Shakir and Keon both move to be in a range where they're very strong considerations as wide receiver 2s, wide receiver 3s. Obviously, Buffalo's still going to continue to spread the ball out. I think Kincaid gets a slight bump up as well. I'm not moving Kincaid over Pitts. We'll leave Kincaid as is. But yeah, main thing is, obviously, you have the pair of Keon and Shakir looking a little more appealing at this point. And then we should get additional information about actives, inactives coming out like right this second, because obviously it is 10:30. But T. Higgins inactive. That was already expectation. Zamir White is active. Curtis Samuel is active. We know that in Buffalo, they will spread the ball out to a ton of different players. So good for you if you have Curtis Samuel in best ball this week. But obviously, in your regular league, there's no way. Pollard, Tyler Boyd, both active for week 9. That was expectation. Chark, inactive. And then, yeah, we already saw this other stuff. Can we refresh real quick? Okay. We're going to be, give me 1 second. We'll be back to update these rankings. So just let me go move the dog into the other room. Okay, I'm sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen, but we are back. Let's go ahead. Let me refresh this one more time. Make sure that our actives and inactives. We know Leggett is active this week. Obviously, that is not going to be changing much. That was already expectations. Let's go through and let's dive into what we have with our next question, I believe. I think that's what we can be looking at. Sorry, just kind of caught off guard with the Brian Robinson and Amari Cooper news. But A. Hayes coming out with a question here. We need 2 flex spots. I'm really going to easily running back plays. Chase Brown, good to go, obviously, with no Moss and auto start. Tyrone Tracy, I'd probably play over Brian Thomas Jr., just knowing that Thomas, you are taking on a little bit of risk with him in the 3 p.m. game. And honestly, maybe these actives and inactives are scaring me a little bit more with those guys that are borderline plays to begin with. And let me pivot this over real quick. And let me remind you too, if you have not done so already, please go down there, drop a like on this live stream. I mean, it looks like well less than about 6% of y'all have hit that button. And we live stream every single day. I've not missed a single day of live streaming in literally God knows how long. We've live streamed every day during the 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023, and 2024 seasons. But Sunday morning streams are by far and away the most important for us. If you're ever going to hit that like button, I'd please ask that you do it now. We're going to go Chase Brown and Tracy here. Marker word coming out. Always happy to see you. Hope you're doing well, my friend. We are going to go with Dowdle over Mostert. I mean, obviously with Mostert, you get the 2 touchdowns this past week, but I still think that you have to worry about Etienne having a goal line role. And at the same time, obviously Etienne's going to have absolutely everything as the receiver. Now, Steve coming out with a team review. Really appreciate you. Going to be excited to check this out. Let me hook you up with both a free trade question as well as a free start sit question here as well. Says, hey Mason, absolutely love the channel. I know I have good players, but I've lost the last 3 weeks in a row, so a bit worried we need to make a change. Any 2-for-1 trade recommendations? Well, I really appreciate you. First thing I will say is this is a league in which you only start, I mean, you can start up to 4 wide receivers weekly, but it's a 10-team format, so you should have some quality options to look at when it comes to the waiver wire. We are the number 1 team in the league analyzer. I think we've actually looked at this for you a couple times, Steve, unless I'm mistaken. Because I do remember the profile pic as well as the team name. And we are sitting here, by far and away, the number 1 team in the league analyzer, right? We are in a really comfortable position. And starting off at quarterback, we are rolling with Josh Allen as well as Bo Nix. Obviously, with Allen, you're looking at a spot in which I'm so sorry to cut this off, Steve, but we have a trade coming in from Sal. What do y'all think of this? So Sal's team's just been decimated with injuries. Yours truly, we're cruising. We're good to go. We're a playoff team. We'd be giving up Ladd to upgrade to Metcalf. We'd be giving up Ramondre to lateral move to Najee. We'd pay Eckler, Ricky Pearsall, and $35 fab to get it done. I think probably not making this, to be honest. This is a redraft league, everybody. I think we're not that far off. But for me to be giving up all of these pieces and a deal where I don't need to do this, obviously, does seem a little bit aggressive. Can y'all spam the chat? Would y'all rather have Ramondre Stevenson or Javonte Williams rest of season? I need to make sure that we are on the same page here. Help me out. Would you rather have Ramondre or Javonte? Ramondre, Javonte, Ramondre. So it looks like everybody's on Ramondre's side. I'm there with y'all too, which is why the initial deal we are offering Javonte, not Ramondre. I don't see the need to include Ricky Pearsall. Pearsall doesn't really do anything for Sal either at the moment, in that Pearsall's on bye. So if we are able to do this, let's remove the fab. 35 fab is aggressive. Why wouldn't it let me remove this? Instead of 35 fab, can we do, we'll do 20. How much do I want this deal? This would be a good deal for us. We'll do $20 fab instead. Now on this side, what trade would you prefer? I think it makes sense for Sal, because right now he's starting Jalen Coker. He's starting Jeremy McNichols. He needs starters. He would start Eckler. He would start Ladd. He would start Javonte. The next 2 weeks are must wins for him. We would get Metcalf, Najee. What side are you going with? Are you going to go DK and Najee, or are you going to go Eckler, Ladd, Javonte, and the fab dollars? Okay. Looks like we'd do it. All right. Let's send this over. And let me message him. Okay. And the thing is, too, I kind of need Sal to beat Danny. And Sal responds, of course, I'm at brunch right now. Oh, that's hilarious. Okay, but anyway, let's get back to this team for Steve. Steve, I apologize. We got a lot going on at the moment. But here we have the elite quarterback with Allen, quarterback that you're able to start every single week, regardless of the matchup. Looking at Bo Nix, I'm definitely fine rostering Nix because Allen has the week 12 bye, right? I will say Bo Nix, in my mind, I would still prefer Dak Prescott. I'd still prefer Caleb Williams. But obviously, Bo Nix has been a decent option as of late. I'm going over and looking at what we have with the combo of Saquon Barkley, Alvin Kamara at running back, it puts you in an extremely comfortable position. I would absolutely love to try to roster one of these running backs off the waiver wire that you could get for free, such as Zach Moss. Like, obviously, Moss with the neck injury at this point, plus Chase Brown was already expanding his role anyway. It's not inherently a situation in which we need to be super concerned. For like Chase Brown, but I do think with Moss, at the very minimum, you could call him a premium handcuff back at this point. So I would love to get Moss if he's completely free off the waiver wire here. Wide receiver, we have the 2 top 5 options with Chase and Jefferson. It's a league in which you can't start up to 4 wide receivers weekly, so don't want to be trading away Mooney, don't want to be trading away Pittman. Looking at the options that you have on the waiver wire at wide receiver, I mean, you have Ricky Pearsall, who could potentially be interesting. But I think here the main thing that we want to do is, if possible, let's trade away a tight end and let's go get an upgrade at running back and open up a roster spot. So 1, like I said, I would cut Bo Nix. I'd be picking up Dak Prescott. 2, if we could trade away, I don't think you're going to get anything for Kmet right now. I don't think you're going to get anything for Goddard right now. But if you could potentially package together, say, Dalton Kincaid with the running back like Raheem Mostert, and maybe instead look to go get that upgrade for your RB3 slot, I think that would make a ridiculous amount of sense, because then you could open up the roster spot as well. You could pick up Zach Moss for completely free. Clearly, you have a dominant team. We are number 1 in the league analyzer for a reason. Having Chase, Jefferson, Barkley, Kamara, Allen puts you in such a comfortable position. But I think just rostering the 3 tight ends maybe is a little bit difficult from a roster construction perspective. And if you could go through and if you could potentially pivot off of one of the tight ends, which I would imagine the guy that we could get value for presumably would be Dalton Kincaid, and a 2-for-1 deal with running back, open up a roster spot, pick up Zach Moss for free off the waiver wire, while at the same time you could go ahead and we could just get, say, the combo of Kmet, Goddard going into the future at our tight end position. I think you would just be fine. But I really appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out in some way here. Again, if there was anything else that you needed help with, don't hesitate to send it my way. We did hook you up with both that free start sit question and that free trade question as well. But it's a great team, number 1 in the league analyzer, so it is tough to make a move. Now, Luke coming out with our next question. Here at running back, we are looking at Tracy, Pollard, Dowdle. I think you go Tracy with them good to go from the concussion. I'm a little bit less worried about that injury lingering this week than what you have with Pollard. We're going to go with Jaden Reed in one of the flex spots. And the other flex spot, let me just confirm that I have the times of these games correct. Because obviously, Brian Thomas Jr. would be the most exciting guy, but the issue is he is not a guarantee to play, and he's in the 3 p.m. game. Okay, so this is what I wanted to check. Yeah, that game in Arizona is at 3 p.m. So I think we go with Brian Thomas Jr. for the other flex spot, because if he was to be a surprise inactive, then at that point you could very easily just pivot over to Marvin Harrison. Now, Hogan, always happy to see you, my guy. Here at running back, this is Chubb, Najee, Montgomery, Brooks, Javonte. I think we're going to go ahead. I think that we will get Montgomery and Najee as the 2 running backs you're playing most weeks. You probably have to go Javonte, obviously, over Najee this week with Najee on bye. I don't like the matchup at all for Javonte, though. You have really low expectations with the Broncos offense this week. Cade Otton must start tight end here with no Evans, no Godwin. And then down in the flex spots, I think we will go with Ladd McConkey, despite the volume not particularly being there last week. And this is a full PPR format as well. So we will go with Calvin Ridley over Nick Chubb, with obviously Chubb having nothing really as a receiver. But a Hogan coming out again with our next one says, Taysom or Kraft? Here, I would prefer Kraft over Taysom. I understand the thought process with Taysom possibly having a little bit more rushing equity when you have no Jamal, when you have no Miller. But still, at the same time, I mean, Kraft, you do have the touchdown upside in the same way. Okay. Now, going over to a Hogan, our last question from him, I believe. We need a flex. We have no Brian Robinson. Now, at this point, we have Chase Brown and Kareem Hunt really as the two guys to choose from. And I know that maybe you're excited to play Myers. I don't fault you for it. It's a decent matchup, and obviously Myers is the number one option in his respective offense. But when the Chiefs just have so much of a better offense in general and also a good matchup in their own right, I would personally go with Kareem Hunt instead. Now, Al Johnson coming out with our next question says, what should we do with this team with so many injuries? Here, it depends on your record a ton. Chase, hey, you have no Higgins. You lose Ayuk, you lose Kirk, you have the Nico injury. If you have a losing record, I think you should maybe pivot to a rebuild here, to be honest. As realistically, our starting lineup this week, you have no Chark, you have no Kirk. I know some people maybe want to play Jalen Coker over Deontay. I mean, you can do that if you really wanted to. But who do we have at running back that we could play? Running back, we had the CMC injury. At least we have JT Etienne. But beyond that, for your flex spots, you're just screwed here as well. For your flex, and it looks like you have to play Deontay and Coker regardless. And then Tyler Conklin obviously has already played. It's crazy that we are kind of wishing with this team that we would have just played Conklin. I think this is a team that if you have a winning record, then sure, you can look to sell off some of these injured assets like Ayuk and try to just get some... Who could you possibly put in here? Really playing Trey Benson? But if you have a losing record, I would probably just look to start selling off some of these assets and playing for 2025. Because obviously you are just in a horrendous spot when it comes to all the injuries across the board. Now going over to It's Dez with our next question. Says, who do you think for the flex spot? For the flex, here, I think you have no Amari, obviously, at this point. You have no Higgins. So I think with the expanded target share that you should have for Khalil Shakir, I'm going to go with Shakir over Myers. You're in a much better offense where currently you have the Bills projected out to be the highest scoring offense in the NFL this week. Hogan back with another one says, choose 2 receivers, 2 flex, and a tight end. Thanks for all the reviews. No, thank you so much, of course, for supporting the channel, my guy. Here, tight end, we will go with Kraft over Taysom. And our 2 wide receivers, 2 flexes. I can't see if we have any running backs to choose from. So under the assumption that we can only choose from these wide receivers, I think you go Ladd, Tyreek, Dobbs, and Flowers. You bench Taysom, and then obviously Amari is not playing this game now. Now Chase Wynn's coming out with a start set. Here at tight end, we are choosing between Laporta and Hawkinson. Very similar to what we were saying with McMillan and Ricky Pearsall last week, is you are not getting extra points for being to start the player the week that they break out or to start the player the week that they come back. I think with these potential breakout options off the waiver wire, with these guys coming back from significant injuries, I would always prefer waiting and actually seeing the production, seeing him good to go, and then putting him in our starting lineup afterwards. Like, I don't really think you have much downside in just doing that. Now, our next question coming out from Ben says, HN, Debo, Pollard, Swift, and then Pitts on the bench. If you have HN on the bench, we got to get him in the lineup. I think you play him over James Cook. Yeah, the spread on this game is massive. The Bills should score significantly more points than the Dolphins. But with that being said, you still have the receiving usage of HN. where it does give him that floor, even in an environment in which it's a really tough matchup. I mean, we saw the Dolphins get blown out by the Bills last time they played, and Achane still scored 28 points. So I think personally for me, I'd pivot from James Cook to Achane. But I mean, obviously it is just a phenomenal team here, where it is crazy that you even have to think about going one way or another. Now, our next question coming out from View Blue. He's asking for a friend. Appreciate the content, Mason. No, appreciate you, my guy. We are going to go ahead. We are going to take Lamar over Caleb easily. I'm going to go with Eckler over Mostert now that you have no Brian Robinson. And then down in the flex, Amari just got ruled out. So obviously we are going to go ahead and we're going to take Keon here. Now, Muse of Castamere coming out with our next question. Wide receiver, we are going to jam in Devonta Smith, and we are going to put Terry McLaurin in the flex. Make an argument, oh, Terry's ahead of Smith. It doesn't matter. You play both these guys. None of the running backs are interesting enough. Waddle, I'm hoping he kind of outscores at least Terry for my own team, but I think you are in a situation in which it probably does make sense for us to just take the upside shots that you have at wide receiver that are also getting the guaranteed targets. I think you have a nice floor and ceiling combo with both. Looking at this, I would rather have Hunt over ETN. Obviously, this week, it's not even remotely close. Rest of season, it's tough. Like, if you told me, Mason, I know for a fact that Isaiah Pacheco will be back in maybe in week 12. But then, yeah, obviously, you'd go ahead and you'd take Travis Etienne. But we don't know that. There is an outside chance that Pacheco misses the rest of the fantasy football season. They have no reason to rush him back. They're a Super Bowl team. They're undefeated. And with ETN, I'm expecting him to split with Bigsby. So if he's splitting with Bigsby, I don't necessarily know if he is somebody you're ever excited to get into your lineup. Our next question coming out from the Greg. Here at wide receiver, we're looking at Thomas, Ridley, Evans, Ladd. I'm going to go with Thomas. Let me confirm on the time of these games, but Ladd is playing at noon in Cleveland. That's what I thought, and Ridley, obviously, you don't get the potential pivot here. So you know what we're going to do? We'll play Ladd at wide receiver. We'll plan on Thomas in the flex, and we'll leave Rachaad White as the potential pivot just in case Brian Thomas doesn't play. Now, Allo B coming out with our next question says, need help. Start sit at tight end in the flex. Thanks, bro. Thank you, my guy. Here, Kraft versus Otten. I'm for sure going to go ahead. I'm going to take Cade Otten over Tucker Kraft. And then down for the flex between Harrison, Dowdle, and Pittman. Not a super easy call. Obviously, Harrison has been a very volatile up and down wide receiver so far this season. But I still would go ahead. I would take Harrison ahead of him. My expectations are that Downs is the wide receiver one in Indy over Michael Pittman. And then with Dowdle, it's a good game environment. Should be a good role, especially. Ooh, this is good news that we just got. It should be a good role as well with no Zeke. But still, I think Harrison's just a better player. But we just got this additional news here. Obviously, the Bengals wide receiver inactives, not a big deal. We already knew Higgins was going to be out. Jonathan Brooks expected to make season debut week 10. This was kind of a little bit shaky. Just knowing that, oh, okay, you have to be concerned about maybe if he doesn't get activated by Wednesday, then he's not playing this season. But really good to know that he will be playing. I mean, it's not like the Panthers are playing for anything, but I don't know. One, hook 'em horns, and two, the NFL's more fun when we have good players playing with upside, presumably. Now, this question coming out from J-Dog. Here, quarterback, it's Caleb or Daniels. Obviously, we're going to go Daniels. Running back, Kyron in auto start. Bijan in auto start. Wide receiver, Tyreek in auto start. Kupp in auto start. Tight ends, we are going to go ahead. I'm actually going to take Evan Ingram over Njoku. Wouldn't fault you at all if you wanted to go through and if you wanted to take David Njoku here. The thought process is with Evan Ingram, now you have no Christian Kirk. Not only do you have no Christian Kirk, but at the same time, Brian Thomas Jr. is banged up. Evan Ingram was already seeing a ton of targets. So I think you could easily see him come out here and have 10 plus targets. And then going over to what you have in the flex spots. We only have one flex. We have a running back with a guaranteed 3-down workload with Swift and the Lions. So I think we probably go ahead and we probably take DeAndre Swift. For me, I just think that it's a very comfortable floor and ceiling combo. Now moving this over to our next question. This one coming out from Wizzy. Quarterback, we are going to go with Mahomes over Cousins. Both quarterbacks project to be in very high-scoring offenses this week. Mahomes, you have a little more rushing upside, while at the same time, you're looking at a quarterback that is going up against the defense who's allowed 9 passing touchdowns over the past 2 weeks. And then going down to what we have in the flex, the best player to get into here possibly would be Jacoby Myers. I can't start Myers over Olave, Reed, Wilson, or St. Brown, so we leave all that other stuff the same. Now going over to Zach the Saint, coming out with a free team review. Going to be super excited to check this out. My guy says, starving with our running backs, but league is not trading at the moment. Should we part ways with the wide receiver or play the matchups with running back week to week? And then are we starting Brian Robinson or Javonte this week? So obviously, Brian Robinson just got ruled out, so we are going to have to go through. We're going to have to start Javonte. Absolutely hate starting Javonte in a 12-team format, though. Now, this is an 8-team league where you can start up to 4 wide receivers weekly. So, if you're looking at this, you're in a spot in which depth does matter if it's a 12-team league, but in an 8-team league, you're always going to be able to find viable options on the waiver wire. And you are already doing legitimately exactly what we would want. If you're in a league in which your league mates refuse to trade, I don't exactly see what other option you would have to just go through and roster as many running backs as you possibly can. Looking at Lamar Jackson, obviously, this is a quarterback that you're able to start every single week, regardless of what the matchup is. Zero hesitation in that. In an 8-team league, love to see it. Going over to running back, I do think that there are some adjustments that we make here. Obviously, you said your league mates aren't going to trade. So what I think we would look to do instead is I think we would just look to prioritize waiver wire pivots. And if we were chasing upside at this point, I think you do have more upside coming with Tyrone Tracy and Bucky Irving, potentially than you do with ETN and Jordan Mason. At the very minimum, I would cut Jordan Mason for Tyrone Tracy. I think you could consider as well potentially going through and cutting Travis Etienne for Bucky Irving. Going over to wide receiver, we're freaking loaded. Going over to tight end, we're loaded. So, I mean, obviously, there are a couple different trades that we could possibly try to go through and look at. But if you're telling us that your league mates aren't going to trade regardless, that you're in a situation in which we need to go through and we need to prioritize the moves that we can make off the waiver wire rather than what we can do with trades. I think really the only play with this team, I love that we're rostering this many running backs in comparison to wide receiver when we have the elite wide receivers at the top, would be drop Etienne and Mason for Tracy and Bucky, but at the very minimum, drop Mason for Tracy. If you want to hold on to Etienne, I'm not going to fault you for it. Now, Swift Smith says, who would you pick? Thanks for that, my guy. Appreciate you. Here, wide receiver, I think we are going to go ahead and we are most likely going to take Tillman. Don't love it. I do think that Tillman could 100% regress this week. Like, the last thing I'd want to do is make someone think that Tillman is some must-start wide receiver option. But to be fair to Cedric Tillman, I mean, you are averaging 23 points per game over the past 2 weeks. If we compare him to some of the other options here, he's been much better than Judy in the same offense. Jordan Addison has one game with more than 5 targets this season, and now you add in TJ Hawkinson. Aroma Dunze is not a consistent option that we can look at. Going over to the flex, I think Tyrone Tracy is just the locked and loaded player here. If you were looking at Pollard, obviously Pollard's viable as well with no Spears, but I'd be maybe a little bit more concerned about the Pollard injury than I would be with the Tracy one. But real quick, we're about 5 likes away from hitting 2,000 likes on this live stream. If you have not done so already, please go down there, drop a like on the stream. We live stream every single day. I've not missed a single day this season. Haven't missed a day in any season over the past 5 years. But Sunday morning streams are by far and away the most important for us. So if you're ever going to hit that like button, I'd beg for you to do it now. But Sleepy FF coming out with our next question. Says Tyrone Tracy or Brian Robinson Jr. The hammy scares me. Well, the hammy is now making it where you have to go with Tracy. But yeah, I would definitely go with Tracy over the other options like Laporta and Watson as well. Now, our next switch coming out from JD Skinner. Here at quarterback, we are going to go ahead. We are going to be jamming in Darnold. I'm excited to see Darnold with Hawkinson into this offense as well. Obviously, we've seen some regression when it comes to Darnold as of late. Going over to running back, we are going to go with Tracy over Pollard. Wide receiver, we are going to go with JSN with no DK Metcalf. And then down there in the flex, we are going to go with Tony Pollard with no Tajee Spears. Now, Runester coming out with our next question says, some tough matchups for Marvin Waddle. Tempted to start Hopkins over one of them. Love the content. Really do appreciate you, my guy. For me, I 100% agree with you. I think that it is a tougher spot, especially for Waddle going up against Buffalo. Looking at what we have here for the flex options, really those would be the only players that you would consider. I'm going to for sure play Harrison. Between Waddle and Hopkins, I probably go with Waddle. We can look at a couple different things. One thing that I want to look at as well, just because obviously sportsbooks have a better idea of what the weather's like in these respective games. So I want to look at the updated implied team totals for what we have this week. But you'll be able to see that we actually have the Dolphins projecting out to be a much worse offense in terms of where they are usually projected. But looking at this, let's sort this by implied team total. So now we actually saw the Bills total fall a bit. It's fallen from 28.5 points to 27.5. It's now supposed to be the second highest scoring offense in the league this week alongside Atlanta. But that's not a big adjustment regardless, right? I'm going through and looking at what we have. I kind of wanted to see what we have with the Lions-Packers game because of the weather. Here, sportsbooks are still saying that the Lions should be able to put up a considerable amount of points. Kind of the same thing here with the Packers. Over-under on this game is 49, so not super concerned. Going down to Miami, applied team total 21.5. So, New England still projects to be the... This is hilarious. You have the same projection for the Bucs offense this week as the Panthers offense this week. These are the offenses that are projected to be the bottom 5 offenses in the league right now. New England, Tampa, Carolina, Denver, and the Raiders. So I do think Tampa playing Baker is maybe not the best idea. Or playing Bo Nix. I know a lot of people are super excited about Bo Nix. But let me see what we have on Underdog in terms of the Hopkins versus Waddle projections. Hopkins, they currently have higher, lower 43.5 receiving yards. Waddle, they currently have higher, lower 48.5 receiving yards. And I have Waddle as the option as well. Where do they have Ladd McConkey? Am I going to have to consider playing Ladd over Waddle? Dear God, I may actually have to play Ladd this week. Can y'all spam the chat? Who would you play? Would you play Ladd McConkey or Jalen Waddle? This isn't for this team, but that's for my personal team. I think you go Waddle over Hopkins. But are you going to go Ladd McConkey or Jalen Waddle? Please help me out with my own roster. Because how things stand right now, I currently had Waddle in. We have Waddle, Ladd, Waddle, Ladd. Everybody's on Ladd. F it, we'll go with him. I go Ladd McConkey over Waddle. Again, you did have more points for Ladd this past week than Waddle's had literally since week 2. You find all of Waddle's games up. I wouldn't be surprised if we didn't hit 29 points outside of week 1. Maybe I pivot back over, but it is tough. Right now you have 54% of people, Ladd, starting him. Waddle, you have a start rate at 63%. But legitimately, every time I fade the Underdog projections, I always feel like I make the wrong call. But anyway, looking at this, FF King coming out. Oh, flex spot, we are going to go ahead. We're going to take Tracy. Super easy. Almost guaranteed 15 plus touches. Much better matchup this week than what you had in the Pittsburgh matchup last week as well. But let's go ahead and let's refresh this and get some more questions coming in. So, let me remind y'all, of course, if you wanted to ask any questions, you always can on flockfantasy.com. Just hit the link in the live chat that says ask a question here. Or you can go over and hit the button in the top right corner that says expert advice. There, if you hit that expert advice button, you can send in a super message, start a question, trade question, or a team review, whatever you're wanting. Now, if you did want that team review, I'd highly recommend taking advantage of the offer that we have over there on Underdog Fantasy, where if you go over to Underdog Fantasy and use promo code FLOCK, you're going to get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, at the same time, you're going to be getting a free Jalen Hurts pick, more than less than half a total yard as well. And on top of that, a free team review in the live stream that we are doing every single night. Just make sure that you set up an account on flockfantasy.com with the same email address as your account on Underdog Fantasy. if you're wanting that free team review voucher, of course. But let's move this back over. And Sal said he sent us another trade. So maybe we have to take a little sneak peek at this. What side are y'all wanting here? It's a 12-team league in which you start up to 4 wide receivers weekly, so the depth matters a little bit more. We would be trading Sal, Javonte, Ladd, Eckler, Ricky Pearsall, and a couple fab dollars for Metcalf, Najee. I'm a playoff team. I can think about weeks 15, 16, 17. What side are you going with? Are you going DK, Najee, or are you going with Ladd, Javonte, Eckler, Ricky? Luke says, I think Najee's useless. Do you think Najee's worse than Javonte? Mike says, do not nuke your team. What are you doing? Dear God. We'll go ahead. We'll see if we can keep Sticky Ricky. We'll see if we can keep Ricky. We'll send Sal over Javonte, Ladd, Eckler for Najee and Metcalf. But anyway, Adam coming out with our next one. Here, wide receiver. We are going to go ahead. We will take Smith, Kupp, relatively easily down in the flex spots. We have just so many exciting options to choose from. It's nice that Harrison obviously plays late, so we can roll with Brian Thomas Jr. And if Harrison isn't good to go, then at that point, you could pivot from Brian Thomas Jr. I'm sorry, if Brian Thomas isn't good to go, you could pivot over to Harrison. So we'll go Brian Thomas Jr. in the flex. Okay. Now, Nick Beans coming out with our next question says, don't know if we should start Brown with Chase Burrow. 100% you should. Like, that's the last thing I'm concerned about. Chase Brown's a must-start running back. Like, really don't be thinking in your league like, oh, okay, I have too many players on the same team. I need to go through and I need to make a trade. If you're looking at a good offense like the Bengals, you're fine having all these players in. Like, there's no problem with it. So yeah, please go ahead and please take Chase Brown. No Zach Moss. Chase Brown's a must-start guy. Now, Dizzle coming out with our next question. Here at wide receiver, we have Reed, Deontay, Shakir to choose from. Obviously, Shakir looks a little more appealing now that you have no Amari. I'm still going to go with Reed, though. Tight end, we're going to go Kate Otten there. And then flex, you auto start David Montgomery, even in the tougher matchup. So, really the only difficult thing is maybe wanting to get Shakir in, but I just don't think that you can at this point. Now, Back 9 Blake coming out says, hey, I'm not sure how to do this, but I hope it works. Can you help me with the flex and tight end dilemma? We'll go ahead and did you put in any other tight ends? I don't know, my guy. I'm going to hook you up with a free start set question if you could send this in again. So really all you have to do is like, if you are thinking, oh, okay, I need to figure out a flex. You put an empty flex spot. You'd be putting the players that you consider underneath, like here in this, so I can click it and send it over to you. And then same thing at tight end. So if you're choosing between like Evan Ingram and Kate Otten, you put in both guys there underneath and leave the tight end slot empty. So I just sent over a free trade question voucher for you if you could fill that out, refill it out and send it over. Hookham says, Mason, I hooked up my code FLOCK and deposit, but it didn't go through in the site. What are we thinking? Appreciate you, my guy. Just shoot me an email, mason.at flockfantasy.com. Like I said, if you use code FLOCK yesterday, we're running late because we had the 50-mile ultra marathon. So I'm a little bit behind on getting everybody those free team review vouchers. But anyway, here for the flex, it's very easy slot. We're going to go with Tracy over Harrison. Tracy, it's a decent matchup that you have going up against Washington. Much better than what you had with the Pittsburgh matchup last week. And the no hesitation, he clears concussion protocol, so he's going to have full workload. Now, it's Chavez says, do we start Jones or Eckler now with the news? Oh, definitely Aaron Jones, for the love of God. Like, we've already seen Austin Eckler in a game with no Brian Robinson. And F it, I'm going to accept it. I'm going to accept Sal's trade. But we've already seen Eckler in a game with no Brian Robinson. It's not like Eckler was an absolute crusher. So here's the trade that I'm sending Sal. I'm going to accept this. We are sending him Ladd, Javonte, Eckler, and $20 fab for DK and Najee. Let's send that over his direction. And this is the accepted deal. Sal gets Eckler, Javonte, Ladd, $20 fab. He's going to start all three of these players this week. He's been absolutely decimated with injuries. We're a playoff team. We can think a little bit more long-term. So we are going to get Metcalf and Najee here. And let's go ahead, and I need to update my starting lineup now because it looks like we are starting Waddle this week after all. We are starting Waddle. Oh, it's nice to see Metcalf down there on the bench. It is nice to see that. And let me figure out who am I going to be picking up off waivers. You know what I can do to try to figure out who we're picking up off waivers? There's a little tool on flockfantasy.com. Let's go over to the My Teams page. Let's hit the Flock League. And this is free for y'all. This is legitimately what I do for my own team. Let's select my rankings. Let's go down. Who are the best waiver wire options in our league? Sorted by my ranks. Oh, Isaac Guerindo's out here. So we'll pick up Guerindo. We're going to get Isaac Guerindo. Bam. Now, let's move this back over and get some more of the questions. I'm just happy I was able to make a trade. Okay. But anyway, do I start Jones or Eckler now with the news? We already answered this. For the love of God, you start Aaron Jones over Austin Eckler. Not close. Smokey says, Brian Thomas out. I also have Tillman. Thank you, Mason. Thank you. I think I can go Tillman over these guys. And I don't think Brian Thomas is ruled out. My expectation is Brian Thomas is playing at the moment, last I saw. So if you have Brian Thomas, I'd go Brian Thomas. But if not, I think you'd go Tillman. Now, Connor coming out with our next start set. Here at running back, we are going to go ahead and we are going to be getting in I guess Javonte, if we have no Brian Robinson, the Jags guys are going to split. Don't like the matchup against Baltimore, though. Tight end, we're going to go Laporte over Kraft, expecting some touchdown regression for Kraft. And then going down to the flex, we're just going to go ahead and we're going to take Jaden Reed now that Love's good to go. Bones coming out says, start Ertz or Kraft. We're definitely going to go with Tucker Kraft over Zach Ertz. Again, I do want to reiterate, I'm expecting some regression with the touchdown rate for Kraft, but I'm probably expecting him to go down from, say, a mid tight end 1 to a low end tight end 1. Still rather have him over Zach Ertz for sure. Now, 9 milligrams in says Pollard, Eckler, or Tracy. Really appreciate you, my friend. I'm still going to go ahead. I'm still going to take Tracy post Brian Robinson Jr. news. Again, I do want to reiterate. I mean, we've seen Eckler with a hurt Brian Robinson. We've seen Eckler with Brian Robinson completely removed from the game. And the best game that you've ever had from Eckler this season was the 13.7 fantasy points. But over the past month, you're looking at 11, 10, 4, and 7, even with an injured Brian Robinson. So like Eckler's like a flex consideration. Definitely not a must-start player. Chase Brown's a must-start player. Eckler isn't. Now, Kidlow's coming out with our next question. It's a start-sit. I don't know if we actually need 2 quarterbacks here. If we're looking at Tua May, I'm going to go with 4-point passing touchdown format. You know, we'll go with May. I think both offenses are a little bit underwhelming, but still at the same time, it is a spot in which you do have rushing upside with May that you don't get with Tua. And then down in the flex, I think you just go ahead, you lock in DeAndre Swift. Swift gives you the 3-down usage, 20 opportunities every single week. Hopefully we get a little more receiving usage this week. Austin coming out says, please pick my 3 starting wide receivers for the week. Really appreciate you, my guy. We'll choose running back as well. Obviously, Achane is the option there. Wide receiver, we're going to go Thomas, assuming he plays, Moore, and Harrison. If you wanted to pivot over to Ladd, not going to fault you for it whatsoever. So you know what actually we're going to do? I'm going to plan on Ladd over Moore just because we want to be able to save the backup play in case Brian Thomas Jr. doesn't play. So let's plan on benching DJ Moore. And if Thomas is a surprise inactive, then you have that pivot option. And then going over to the flex, I think you just go ahead and you can just jam in J.K. Dobbins. Now, MX coming out with a start set. Here we are looking at the last flex spot where we don't have Amari. So I think you go Dowdle. For me, it's relatively easily considering the fact that this should be a very high-scoring game environment, while at the same time, I mean, we've been told time and time again that Dowdle is the starting option here in Dallas. Now, Texas Money Team coming out with our next question. Down in the flex, we are looking at Dowdle versus Ladd and Waddle. Maybe I'm reading a little bit too much into the projections here, but I'm willing to admit when I'm wrong. Maybe we shouldn't go with Waddle. Maybe it is Ladd. Where if you are looking at Ladd, I don't know. This is a wide receiver that you have the 29 fantasy points last week. He's a rookie as well. So typically the way that those rookie breakouts come is you see the efficiency first, then the volume follows. Obviously, it is not a guarantee though. So I don't think Ladd's like a must start name, but Waddle's in a horrible matchup. VZ says start 1, Chubb, Keon, or Shakir. This is very tough. I probably end up going with Chubb, full PPR format though. But I think you could make a very strong argument to go in the direction of Shakir or Keon, really, when you have no Amari here. So I'm not super confident with it by any means, to be honest. Now, going over to our next question from Kyle. It says, start sit, leaning towards Ridley and Eckler in the flex. Are there options? Are Addison? Deontay. Oh, yeah, you have to go with them. No Higgins. Addison has had one game with more than 5 targets. And now, as well, you're getting Hawkinson added in. So I think it's kind of an easy spot for you to go ahead and for you to take Ridley and Eckler. Obviously, I'd have rolled the dice with Addison if Brian Robinson was playing, but I'd go Eckler over Addison now. Now, Sidekick coming out with our next question says, thinking A.J. Brown, McLaurin at wide receiver, who are we going to flex? Quarterback, Daniels, no-brainer. Running back, Taylor, no-brainer. Wide receiver, we'll go London. And then for the flex, we go Cup. I don't think you can play McLaurin, to be honest. London right now is tied for number 2 in terms of the projections that you have for total points scored in his offense this week. The Falcons should be in a super high scoring game environment here against the Cowboys. So I think you have to play London, to be honest. Now, Flying Philly coming out says, tough flex choice. Both even struggling against respective offensive player positions. Yeah, so I do definitely think that this is a much better matchup this week that you have for Tracy in comparison to last week. Now, with that being said, I mean, if it is a full PPR format, we've had the large sample of Smith for years now. Whereas going over and looking at Tracy definitely looks very exciting, trending in the right direction of the best. I think you just wait another week. I think you go Smith. Every game he's played this year -1, he's had 15 or 20 fantasy points. Non-PPR format, go Tracy. Trust lock coming out. I'm assuming that we just maybe need one of these running backs. If we need one of these guys, I'm going to go Dowdle on what should be the best offense out of this list. Right now, sportsbooks are telling us the Bucs and Broncos are supposed to be bottom 5 offenses this week. Now, B. Phil coming out says, hey, Mason, thank you for streaming all day. No, thank you so much, of course, for being a longtime member of the flock. My guy. Need a flex, another wide receiver besides London, FY, reigning in Green Bay. Yeah, so if you look at the over-under, if you have with the Lions and Packers game, it is a little bit lower than what you'd naturally assume. I think a lot of, I don't say a lot of that has to do with weather. I think some of it's to do with weather. Obviously, you have decent defenses as well. It's not going to scare me off too much of going through and playing guys like Jaden Reed. Like the amount of times, obviously, you know, we've been doing this for years and years and years. And the amount of times on a Sunday morning, people have been spazzing about the weather for me. And then we actually get to the game and it was all right. Like maybe 10% of the time it was a real concern. But down here in the flex, you have to play Chase Brown regardless. Yeah, we're not playing Jaden Reed over Chase Brown. Really, the only consideration that you could have is pivoting from Brian Thomas to Jaden Reed, which I think I would do if you didn't have a quality backup option. But because we have the quality backup option of Harrison, who plays later today, I think we probably leave this as is. Now, going over to JN says, already started Tay in my flex spot. Thank you. Thank you. So if you already started Devontae in your flex, I will say, typically, it doesn't matter if you add CeeDee Lamb and Jamar Chase and then Devontae Adams. If he plays on a Thursday night, you don't put him in your flex. You just put him wide receiver 1 and move one of the wide receivers down to the flex spots just in case something happens. Looks like we're going to be just fine. If you wanted to pivot over to anything, Chase Brown, you can't start over Kyron or Gibbs. I'd love Brown, though. And you can't start any of these wide receivers. So I think we're chilling as is. Phenomenal team. Definitely a team where you can afford to go out there and trade for a QB upgrade. Now, Driz coming out and says, hey, Mason, who should we flex? I'm looking at this, going down to this slot. I think you're just going to go ahead and put in Puka Nacua. Puka is good to go. Obviously, was concerned when he re-injured the knee, but at this point, it looks like even if he does play a part-time role, he's still a viable option. We saw it last week. South Philly Josh coming out. Running back, you have to play Zamir. You have no other option, which is just hilarious to see. I mean, Zamir is active, but he's clearly the backup RB at this point behind Madison. Going down to the flex, for the love of God, please tell me we have wide receivers. Keon is viable now with no Amari. We probably would have played Keon with this team anyway. This is a bad team. I'm sorry. This is maybe a dynasty team where we should be looking to rebuild. Probably go Roma Dunze as well, but not excited about it. And if you wanted to pivot from, say, Rome to a different option, I think it probably would be Wan'Dale Robinson. But Wan'Dale is the number 2 option in a bad offense. Now, Signup says, tough spots on the dynasty team. Or do we tank? Quarterback, we are going to go ahead. We're going to take Herbert and Tua. I know a lot of people are going to want to play Bo Nix here, but again, I do want to reiterate, if you look at sportsbooks right now, they are projecting the Broncos to be a bottom 3 team in terms of the implied team total. I do think it's a little bit of a trap spot. Going over to running back, we have James Conner as a pretty easy play. Going over to wide receiver, we have Puka Nacua. Now, you're good enough where we don't need a tank here for sure. We're going to go with Njoku over Laporta. We're going to go Stevenson, Javonte at running at the 2 flexes. We'll go Ladd at a flex spot. Yeah, definitely do not tank with this team. This team's a contending team unless you have a garbage record. Other flex spot, we probably go Ridley with no Hopkins. Obviously, over the past 3 weeks, he's had a crazy target share. And if you look at the projections with Tennessee, sportsbooks are actually projecting that to be a little bit better than what we have seen it previously. Now, going over to the next question here. This coming out from DK Jones. We need a tight end between Kraft or Andrews. Both tight ends have an unsustainable touchdown rate, but if you're looking at Andrews, you're in an environment in which more likely than not, the Ravens aren't going to have to throw the ball. And at the same time, you have additional target competition coming over in the form of Deontay Johnson. So I do think you just go ahead and take Tucker Kraft. Now let me refresh this, make sure we are good to go. Koopa Dan coming out with our next question. Here, tight end, we are going to go ahead and we will take Komet over. Actually, Komet Hawkinson's close. I do want to be a little bit hesitant in starting Hawkinson his first week back. I think we go Komet probably, but very easily could pivot over to Hawk if we really needed to. Down in the flex, I think you play it safe with Tyrone Tracy. Brian Thomas Jr. obviously could be a viable option. The issue maybe with this team in particular is that you're in a spot in which we don't have a backup option just in case Brian Thomas doesn't go. Phil, always happy to see it, says flex Brian Thomas Jr., Chase Brown, full BBR, and thoughts on Breece rest of season. I think Breece is still an RB1 rest of season. Is he a top 3 name? Probably not. I know he was really disappointing in the Thursday night game, but it was a really tough matchup as well. But if you take a step backwards and look at the receiving volume, it does give you a floor going into the future. And looking at what we have here for Brian Thomas Jr. or Chase Brown, I think you just play it safe. You can go Chase Brown. Like, it is such a good offense here in Cincy, and you just have the guaranteed work as well with no Zach Moss. Now, Anthony coming out with a start set. Here, we are looking at a flex. Our best option to get in. We have no Debo this week, no Nico this week, no Mason this week, no Pacheco this week, no Spears this week. You're screwed. We got to go Christian Watson instead of a prayer that we get a spike. Obviously, it's nice that we already had Devontae Adams go off for us. But yeah, this week is hell for this team. Now, Work's coming out with his start sit. Says a lot of injuries. Worked my way. Not sure who's best. Chase Brown, Josh Jacobs. Super close. I think. Can we see what the underdog picks are on these guys? I've literally gone back and forth a couple times this live stream. Chase Brown, your higher, lower, 93.5 total yards. Yeah, there's no way Josh Jacobs is that high. Like I said, Chase Brown's just an absolute must-start player. Yeah, we're going to go ahead. We will take Chase Brown over Jacobs. Wide receiver, looking at this, you're going to go ahead. You're going to play Ladd and JSN. And then for the flex, you're going to play Jacobs. And if you wanted to go Mooney over either option, I'm not going to follow you. You'd have a really good game environment for Mooney. Can we look at what we have with the projections on these guys too? Mooney, higher, lower, 55.5 receiving yards. Ladd, higher, lower, 56.5. And Jackson Smith and Jigba, higher, lower is 60.5, which I'm really surprised to see that mark be so high for JSN. But obviously, it's a good matchup with JSN, and you have no Metcalf. Now, Ben coming out with our next question. Here at wide receiver, we have no Amari. McMillan probably doesn't play. You have to play Tillman. Dear God. McMillan's questionable for Monday night. If you can go pick up, like drop Mike Williams and pick up like Sterling Shepard or Trey Palmer, like a backup option just in case McMillan doesn't go, then at that point, I think you can play it on Jalen McMillan. But the issue, of course, is I don't want to tell you to go McMillan. We have no backup option. He doesn't play on Monday. Average Joe says, won't allow me to put Darnold at the other quarterback spot. You go Darnold over Drake May, so we're for sure going to leave that as is. I'm running back Walker, locked and loaded guy every single week. Swift first, Tracy, full PBR format, maybe give me Swift. We're going to go with Puka there, wide receiver. Tight end, we will go with Laporta over Komet. I have both these tight ends in my own league. I'm going with Laporta. And then down in the flex spot, we are going to go ahead and we're going to take Tyrone Tracy as well. Now, Austin coming out of the start sit says, thinking Tracy or DJ for the flex. For me, with the inconsistency that we have seen in the Chicago Bears offense, I think you just go ahead and you take Tyrone Tracy. With DJ Moore as well, you could possibly expect that we are going to be getting the expanded role specifically for Roma Dunze. Tris Ben says, currently 4-4, not looking for your opinion. And looking for your opinion. I don't know why I said it not. I'm sorry. I'm an idiot. We have no Brian Robinson. Here, I think you have no Higgins. You're in a tough spot. If it's a full PBR format and ETN's playing, I'm not going to fault you at all for going Romeo Doubs now that we get Love back in. As Bigsby's for sure not going to have any receiving usage, and we don't know how large the role for ETN will be. Joe coming out, Daniels over Kyler. Running back, we are going to go ahead. We are going to be, I'm sorry, I'm going to have to speed up the pace that we answer these. We're going to go with Walker and Hunt. Wide receiver, Lamb, Brown, Flex, London. Sorry, we're going to have to try to go a little bit faster to make sure we can get through them all. Tim Phillip Martin, quarterback, we go with, if you didn't already start Stroud, we're going to go Caleb over Nix. Running back, we go with Bigsby. And then down in the flex spot, I think we are going to go with Xavier Worthy. It really is Xavier Worthy or Kyle Pitts. Worthy back-to-back games with 8 targets. Shane coming out, running back. Brown must-start option. Dobbins must-start name. Going down to the bench spots. The flex spots. We're going to get Swift in with the guaranteed volume. I think you go Brian Thomas Jr. And obviously, if you were a little bit concerned about him potentially missing, you could pivot over to Ladd McConkey. I don't think Eckler's like a must-start name, though. Eli Davis says, Tracy over Jacobs, with Jacobs being questionable. Jacobs will play. We go Goff over Baker for sure. And then Jacobs versus Tracy. For me, I prefer Jacobs. We have the larger sample. We have the better offense. It is a tougher matchup, though. Now, it's Waka coming out with our next question. Running back, we are looking at Hunt, Chase Brown, Connor. We're going to go with Chase Brown. Down in the flex spot, I'm probably not going to be flexing one of the receivers here when the running backs are this solid. I think Kareem Hunt, James Conner, extremely close. Probably end up going with Kareem Hunt, seeing 20 carries every single week here. Bag 9 Blake coming out with a question. Here at tight end, we will go with Evan Ingram over Hawkinson. Again, can't hurt to wait a week and see what we get from Hawkinson. Need 3, AppyBR, Mooney, Watson, Pierce, Watson, Tillman, and Leggett. For sure play Darnell Mooney. We'll play Tillman, and then Probably Leggett with no Deontay. Don't love it, but you also have no Thielen. Griffin coming out with our next question. Down in the flex spot, I think we are going to go ahead. We will take Josh Jacobs, the guaranteed 3-down workload, even if it's a tough matchup. A-List says thoughts on quarterback and flex. Quarterback, we go with Kyler if it's a 4-point passing touchdown format. And then down here for the flex, you said this is... We have no Amari, so it is a really tough spot. I mean, if you could pivot over if Eckler was on the waiver wire, obviously we would love to do that. Please just link your team with flockfantasy.com and legitimately just look at see what the best waiver wire options are. Because I'm going to tell you to play Darius Slayton here, but the last thing I would ever want to do is play Slayton. Dan Ford says, my teams on the website are not correct. If you're having any issue with the website, my friend, I'm not going to be able to help you much in the live stream, of course, but if you can send a message in the site issues section of the Discord, which you can find a link to that in the live stream, one of the developers would be happy to help you out. Big Johnson says, Robinson out, Bigsby, ETN, or a waiver wire pickup. Help me. Looking at quarterback, we go Lamar easily. A running back, for me, I will go with... We have to choose two of these guys. You go with both Jags, which freaking sucks, but still. A wide receiver, we're going to go with Reed, and I'm assuming we already played Dell. We're going to go with Tyreek in the flex. And if you didn't play Dell, then we go Cedric Tillman. And then tight end, we're going to go with Bowers. Now, Dino Lego says, Mason, hardest working man in fantasy. Thank you, my guys. Start one, please. Non-PBR, JSN, Shakir, DJ Moore. Thanks. Thank you. Non-PBR format, obviously a little bit different. You're chasing touchdown upside. I think you do probably end up going ahead and taking DJ Moore. Both JSN and Shakir, obviously exciting now that you have no Metcalf as well as no Amari. And DJ Moore coming off a horrendous week, but we go back 2-3 weeks ago when actually the Bears offense looked good and you had the 2 touchdowns for Moore. El Perot says, what should we start? Who should we start in the flex? Going over to the flex spot, I think that you are most likely going to jam in Montgomery. Don't love the matchup, but obviously with Montgomery, you've had an incredible floor and ceiling combo every single week this season. Now going over to our next questions. Okay, good. I didn't know how far behind we are. We only have 5 questions that we need to get through real quick. So we can actually maybe get a couple more questions going if you wanted to send them in through the site. Obviously, if you wanted to get your question answered, you can hit the link that says ask a question here. You could also just go over to flockfantasy.com, hit the button in the top right corner that says expert advice. There you can send in a team review, a trade question, a start sit question, or a super message, whatever you are wanting. I do want to reiterate, of course, if you were looking at getting a team review, I would highly recommend taking advantage of the offer that we have over there on Underdog Fantasy, where if you go over to Underdog Fantasy and use promo code FLOCK, you're going to be getting a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, at the same time, you're going to be getting a free Jalen Hurts pick for today's game, more than less than half a total yard as well. And if you wanted that, you could find that link in the live chat. And if you wanted a free team review with this, I would highly recommend just taking advantage of this offer and then setting up an account on flockfantasy.com with the same email address as your account on Underdog Fantasy too. But let's move this over to our next question. Come out from Kyle. So I'm assuming we don't actually need all these running backs. I'm assuming you only need one more. I would go with Chase Brown over Pollard and Nick Chubb. Honestly, relatively easily as well. I think that Chase Brown's by far and away in the best offense. I think he probably has a little bit more or about the same amount of juice as Pollard, and obviously a lot more receiving usage than what you are going to be getting with Chubb. But let's move this over to Joey Boy J. Longtime member of the flock says, need help who to start at wide receiver in a flex? It's a must-win game. Okay, so looking at this, the best options right now, down in the flex, you are currently sitting with Brian Thomas. In terms of options that you'd have to pivot to if Thomas is a surprise inactive at 3, don't really, let me just make sure I have these times correct. Yeah, the Bills game I know is at noon. Okay, this is what I wanted to confirm. Yeah, the Packers game's at 3. So we can go ahead and we can... Brian Thomas Jr. is not out. Brian Robinson's out. Expectations right now are that Brian Thomas Jr. is good to go at 3. That's expectations. It was also expected that Amari was going to be good to go. It was also expected that Brian Robinson was going to be good to go. Neither of which turned out to be true. So, of course, I would say that you're probably in a spot where if you have Thomas, you'd want to make sure you have a backup plan. And I do think we have that backup plan here with Romeo Doubs. Now, El Perot coming out says, who should we start in the flex? Move Chase Brown to a must-start. 100%. I agree with you. Going down to the flex options, you have a phenomenal team here. I think you probably end up going with Montgomery. Don't love the game environment. Don't love the matchup. But with that being said, it's a spot in which Montgomery has given you such a high floor ceiling combo all season now. So I think you probably have to go ahead. You have to take Montgomery. Now, Mother Flocka coming out with our next start sit question. Always happy to see you. Here down in the flex, probably going to go ahead and take Madison. I mean, if you look at Madison, you have the guaranteed 3-down workload, the receiving usage as well. Pittman, the volume just hasn't been there, even in the games when Flacco is under center. Downs is getting the vast majority of looks. So it's not the easiest call, but I do think we go with Madison. And Scenarius coming out with our next question here. RB2, I go Dowdle over Javonte. I think he's going to be in a much better offense this week. And then down in the flex between Ladd and Javonte, I think it's incredibly close. Can we look at the projected picks that you have here? Javonte, higher, lower, 60.5 total yards. Ladd, you obviously have more receiving upside. I think we go Ladd over Javonte. Assuming that this is a full PPR format. I do want to reiterate and just show this to everybody again, just in case you have not seen. But I know that the Broncos have looked great over the past 2 weeks when they got to play the Panthers and then a Saints team that had injuries across the board. But realistically speaking, the projections for this Broncos offense are extremely low. I will reiterate time and time again that sportsbooks have access to more data than you do, than I do, than anybody does. Going through and looking at sportsbooks right now, they are projecting out the worst offenses in the league this week to be the Patriots, the Bucs, the Panthers, the Raiders, and the Broncos. Maybe you want to go through and say, oh my gosh, they have no idea what they're doing. I'm going to go bet the Bucs +9. You do you. Of my perspective is, hell, they know what they're doing. I don't. So I'm probably not going to do that. And instead, I'm just going to use this information and go, okay, well, that probably means that we're not super excited about the options in their respective offense. So just make sure anybody that hasn't seen this so far, the offenses that are supposed to be the best in the league this week, the Ravens, the Bills, the Falcons, the Chiefs, the Eagles, and the Bengals. You start as many of these options as you can. And then you have the Vikings right there as well. The offenses that are supposed to be the worst, New England, Tampa, Carolina, Las Vegas, Denver, and the Jags. You start as few of these guys as you possibly can. Okay. Now let's move this over to our next. So yeah, with that in mind, probably going Ladd over Javonte. It is very, very close though. Okay. But let's pull this back up. Mother Flocka coming out with another question here. Start sit or wide receiver. We are looking at Reed as a lock. We're going to go with Ladd over Hopkins as well. And then down there in the flex, we go with Hopkins with no Mason and Brooks. I mean, I understand Ridley has all the volume, but Ridley's just in a much worse offense than these other options. Now, Quasi coming out with their next question says, should we start Shakir and Mooney or change it? My guy, all you have to do is add in one player, and then it loads in your team automatically. So I'm going to hook you up with a free start sit question. Do you mind sending that in one more time for me? Because I don't see any of the players on this. It wasn't filled out, but you should now have a start sit free voucher. So if you could send that in, I would really appreciate it. Now, Clavey coming out says, 10-team 4-4 in a must-win matchup. Please help. I'm running back. Barkley, obviously, auto start. Kyron, auto starts. Wide receiver. How are you 4-4 with this team? Lamb, Tyreek, auto starts. Henry with May doesn't look to be a horrible option. And then Bijan Robinson auto. This is an insane team. How the hell are you 4-4? So this is a 10-team league, too. Insane. But let me see if we have anything interesting over there on Underdog that we could be looking at. So if y'all have any picks that y'all like on Underdog this week, I had the race yesterday, so I haven't had a ton of time to look through these. Please let me know in the live chats. Sadly, there are no free picks right now for existing users. Obviously, there's the free pick that you have for like the Jalen Hurts, more than less than half a total yard for tonight if you're new to Underdog Fantasy. But if you've been on Underdog for a while, unless I'm mistaken, I don't think we have any free picks. And also, if you want to get on Underdog, you can find that link in the live chat. It says free Jalen Hurts pick here. If you use code FLOCK, you'll get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, at the same time, you'll get a free team review in the live stream that we're doing every single night. Okay. Dylan says higher on the receiving yards for Olave. What is Olave at? Obviously, it's a phenomenal match. Actually, I don't mind that. I was expecting them to have Olave juiced up a lot more. I actually wouldn't mind Olave to have a touchdown too, since you're getting the multiplier. I wouldn't mind the Chuba Hubbard lower than 85.5 total yards either. I'm surprised to see Taysom projected this well. Taysom higher, lower 45.5 total yards. That actually does scare me just a bit. I am playing against Taysom Hill this week in the Flock League. Do they have a Coker line out? I haven't talked a lot about Jalen Coker just because I want to be a little hesitant with what I say, but this guy's not interesting. I don't know why there's been all the hype for him. It's a garbage offense. Like, that's the guy. It'd be different if he was playing in KC, but he's playing attached to Bryce Young. Like, it's funny that, like, people go like, oh, Deontay Johnson, not interesting because he has Bryce Young at quarterback. And then all of a sudden they go, oh my gosh, have you heard of this undrafted free agent Jalen Coker? So, I don't know. I don't see the appeal, to be honest. Redemption coming out says, you going live, save me from starting Amari. Godspeed. Godspeed, my friend. And yes, definitely a surprise. I was expecting Amari to be good to go, but happy to know that we were able to save you. Hogan, always happy to see you. Of course, says McNichols, Wilson, Ford, hit by the Brian Robinson Jr. injury. I'm sorry if we told you Sir Robinson earlier in the stream, my guy. I'd probably rather have McNichols. I mean, they did elevate a third running back to the roster, but I mean, we've seen McNichols in the past with no Brian Robinson actually have a massive role and be viable at the same time. But let's move this over. And the dog is spazzing. I believe we are about 60 seconds away from getting to kickoff. We got one more. CM says, who are we starting for the flex? I'm going to go with Puka over Waddle relatively easily. I mean, if you are looking at Puka here, this is a wide receiver that obviously was viable with only 57% of the snaps played last week. It's tough that he re-aggravates the same knee injury. It is a little bit worrisome, but they're telling us he's going to play, so I think you just go ahead and you play Puka. But good luck, everybody. Really do appreciate you. Really hope that I was able to help you out in some way here. And again, I will be live streaming after the game tonight. So I hope I'm not live streaming. I'll be dropping the video premiere, but I hope I get to see you out in the live chat. Much love. Good luck this week. And really hope we get to see you out after the games.